Glow and Lovely HD Glow. 3 treatment இருந்தா result HD Glow தான்.
Can artificial intelligence make you money in 2022? Well, check out this AI crypto.
அண்ணா குட் மார்னிங்.
ஓகே மேம் நாங்களும் போய் ஓப்பன் பண்ணிக்கிறோம்.
ஜாயின் பண்ணிக்கலாம்.
அண்ணா எதை சொன்னீங்க ரோஹித்? அந்த லிங்க் இல்ல அண்ணா, அந்த லிங்க் அனுப்பிச்சிடுங்க, யூடியூப் லிங்க்.
இப்படியே கம்ப்ளீட் பண்றது.
என் கிளாஸ் ஸ்ட்ரென்த் கம்மியா தான் இருக்கும். பி செக்ஷன் உட்காருவோம்.
தான் பசங்க உட்கார இருந்தாலும் அவ்வளோ பசங்க உட்கார கிளாஸ். ஏன்னா அது கீ அவர்கிட்ட இருக்கும். சார்ஜர்
கேட்டு பாருங்க.
சார்ஜர்னா அவர் வந்துதான் தரணும்.
இது எப்போ வருவாருன்னு
அவர் 8:30 மணிக்கு தான் வருவாரு.
நேத்துல ஓப்பனா தான் இருந்தது.
8:30 மணிக்கு தான் வருவாரு. பிரச்சனை இல்லை.
யூடியூப் நம்மளுக்கு ஓப்பன் ஆகாது இங்க காலேஜ்ல.
யார் சொன்னது காலேஜ் வைஃபை ஓப்பன் ஆகாதுன்னு? யார் சொன்னது? யூடியூப் வராது.
யூடியூப் ஓப்பன் ஆகாது.
எல்லாம் வருங்க.
வரலப்பா.
சரிங்க, நான் உங்களுக்கு வர வச்சு கேட்டு என்ன பண்றீங்க காலேஜ் வைஃபைல?
வர வச்சா பார்க்க வேண்டியதா, வேற என்ன பண்ண முடியும்?
சொல்லுங்க, லிங்க் சொல்லுங்க, யூடியூப் லிங்க். எனக்கு தம்பி அனுப்பிச்சா நிறைய லிங்க் தானே.
கடைசியில 86F7F முடியும். இந்த லெட்டர் வந்து SFF
இதான் அனுப்பிச்சாங்க நேற்று யூடியூப்ல.
அதப்பா 86FS முடியுதா?
U8W முடியுது.
இல்ல, இது நான் உங்களுக்கு லிங்க் அனுப்புறேன்.
இல்ல சொல்லுங்க, நான் டைப் பண்ணிக்கிறேன், ஒன்றும் பிரச்சனை இல்லை.
கீழே
லாஸ்ட் ஒன்னா Y3 H underscore N
morning, ma'am. Students, can you hear me? Students, can you able to hear me? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Come in, sir. Good morning, sir. Come in, sir.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning.
Vanakkam, sir.
Vanakkam, vanakkam ji, vanakkam ji.
Good morning, Rajesh, sir.
Sorry, ma'am.
Rajesh, sir, the correct, sir. Sorry.
Rajesh sir is also joining. I think he has joined.
Yes, sir. So sorry, sir. Students are getting assembled in the classes, so that's what it's been taking place.
Fine, ma'am. Ma'am, is it audible from my side?
Yes, sir.
Is the audio fine?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
How are you, Rajesh ji?
Namaste, Kamalji. Good.
Namaste,
How are you?
Vanakkam ji, Vanakkam. I am good. How are you?
All good, all good. How are
So
all
you,
at home?
everybody is good, sir. So
Fine.
you made me recall my students' days. Early morning, you have to study.
It's not early morning. I think it's midnight.
Today again, I am back to graduation days.
Okay. I was shocked seeing you. Then
What?
I was shocked seeing you.
Why you are shocked?
I thought you'll be back. You'll be for your session timing only.
No, 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 no.
I didn't expect you for this inaugural.
So you would be inaugurating. I want to listen your speech. Then my beloved student, come friend, Sarvajit Krishnan would be there. So I need to listen him also. That would be a pleasure listening you always.
But it's tough to speak before you.
No, I will switch off my camera. So now you are having so many responsibilities.
Yes. For, adding up.
Very good.
All given by well-wishers like you.
That is the reason now, because we know Rajesh ji can handle the responsibilities very well.
Thank you.
But so glad to see you after so many years.
Yeah, me too. Then soon we'll plan a
100%.
physical meeting.
100%.
Offline.
100%.
It's long time we met.
I have given my passport to Southern India Embassy to give me the visa.
Excuse me, sir. Shall we start the session, sir?
Yes, ma'am. As you wish.
Thank you, sir. Kitana? Ritu? Are you ready, ma'am?
The secret of getting ahead is getting started. Good morning. Good morning on behalf of the Department of Commerce with Professional Accounting of PSG College of Arts and Science. I would like to extend a very warm welcome to you all. We appreciate our chief guest for taking the time of your busy schedules for joining us today. We hope you will find the program we have lined up for you to be fruitful and engaging. Let me introduce you all to today's seminar conducted by the Department of Commerce with Professional Accounting, an international hybrid seminar on auditing geared to economic revival. Education is a sum where students teach each other between lectures and seminars. Taking our event further, and to begin with the seminar, I, Ritu Sai of 3rd BCom PAP, on behalf of everyone present here, heartily welcome the inaugurator and the dignity of the seminar today, the chief guest of honor, Garg and CA Sriram. Our prayers may be awakened, our attempts may be feeble, but since the power of prayer is in the one who hears it and not in the one who says it, our prayers make a difference. Banashri of 3rd BCom PAA is here with us now to lift a voice and sing the prayer song.
மதுர மொழியுமையால் புதல்வன் மலர்பதம் சரணம் சினந்த விழி சிவனார் புதல்வன் திருவடி சரணம் மதுர மொழியுமையால் புதல்வன் மலர்பதம் சரணம் சினந்த விழி சிவனார் புதல்வன் திருவடி சரணம் கற்பக களிரே சரணம் காவிய பொருளே சரணம் ஐங்கர சுடரே சரணம் அனைத்தும் உன்னுபயம் கற்பக களிரே சரணம் காவிய பொருளே சரணம் ஐங்கர சுடரே சரணம் அனைத்தும் உன்னுபயம் உடைந்த தந்தம் உடைய திருவே உனதடி சரணம் உயிரின் எழுத்தே வினையின் மருந்தே உத்தமா சரணம் குழலை போன்ற துதிக்கையே குலையும் தமிழின் சரணமே குழலை போன்ற துதிக்கையே குலையும் தமிழின் சரணமே தூண்டாமணி தீபமே கரைமுகா சரணம் ஓம் கணபதி சரணம் மதுர மொழியுமையால் புதல்வன் மலர்பதம் சரணம் சினந்த விழி சிவனார் புதல்வன் திருவடி சரணம்.
The Sun and I are pleased to offer you a warm welcome. Here's a hearty welcome, big and warm to encompass you all. To say we are thrilled to see you is an understatement. It's my pleasure to extend a cheerful welcome to you all. I call upon Hari of 3rd BCom PAA. He's an ambitious student who has cleared the first group of CA Intermediate. Hari will now deliver the welcome address.
Education is our passport to the future because tomorrow belongs to the people who prepare for it today. Happy morning, one and all gathered here. It is a moment of extreme pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of the Department of Commerce with Professional Accounting of PSC College of Arts and Science for an international hybrid seminar on auditing geared to economic revival. I cordially welcome our Honorable Managing Trustee, Sri L. Gopalakrishnan, our esteemed Secretary, Dr. T. Kanayan, our respected Principal, Dr. D. Brinda, beloved Vice Principal, Dr. A. Angraj, and admired faculty in charge of Students Affairs, Dr. M. Umarani, to this international hybrid seminar. I extend my warm welcome to our eminent guest speakers, CA Rajesh S., Regional Council Member, SARC, our notable alumnus, CA Sarvajit S. Krishnan, partner at NC Rajan & Co., Management Committee Member, Coimbatore Branch of ICAI, CA Kamal Garg, Insolvency Professional, IBPI, Delhi, CA Sriram, Vice Chairman of ICAI, Kuwait Chapter, Partner and Head of IFRS at RSM in Kuwait. It's our honor to have such brilliant professionals amidst us. Leadership is the quality of constantly developing oneself and all others around them in terms of qualities and standards. A good leader makes everyone around them a leader by inspiring them and nurturing them towards greatness. This is what our HOD, Dr. B. Chitra, has been doing for our students relentlessly for many years. Thank you, ma'am. I cheerfully welcome all national and international students, faculty members, and professionals to the event and wish you all have a beneficial seminar. Welcome one and all.
Thank you, Hari, for welcoming the gathering. Work in such a way that people invite you as the chief guest and not as a normal guest. Leadership is lifting one's vision to high goals, raising one's performance to a higher standard, and building one's personality above its usual limitations. For many years, this is what our head of the department, Dr. B. Chitra, has done for the students. She is the captain of our ship, and I request ma'am to deliver the presidential address.
Thank you, Ritu. Let us remember one book, one poetry, one child, and one teacher can change the world. Malala is a truth, it's a good poetry. Very hearty good morning to one present here. I cordially welcome our Honorable Managing Trustee, Sri L. Gopal Krishnan sir, Esteemed Secretary, Dr. Sandeep sir, our respected Principal, Dr. V. Brinda ma'am, Beloved Vice Principal, Dr. A. Amburat sir, Faculty in charge Student Affairs, Dr. Umar Animan, and guest speakers, C.A. Rajesh S., Regional Council Member, SASP sir, I welcome you sir, C.A. Sarvajit S. Krishnan, our own child, who has been starting his career from our PhD for the passing science from the inception batch. Now, partner with MC Rajanath, Managing Committee Member, Scientific Branch of ICAI, Alma Mater of BCom PA from the inception batch. C.A. Kamal Gupta, Insolvency Professor, IGBI, Delhi, and C.H. Sriram, Vice Chairman of ICAI, Vice Chapter, Partner and Head of IFRS at RSM 12. It's a great pleasure to stand before you on this beautiful day to give the presidential address. In 2021, we are celebrating 75 years of our historical acclaimed college service in the community and providing education for the masses and enabling students to shine in their fields all over the world. It's a great tribute to be a part of such an institution which is NAC accredited and ISO certified, ranked under NIRS. And this is the recipient of many national and international awards and recognitions. I am extremely honored to be a part of this BCom Professional Accounting Department, which was established in 2009 with a vision of promoting the professional education in chartered accountancy in an undergraduate level, to facilitate the students to complete the chartered accountancy course simultaneously while pursuing their BCom program. Adding to the credit of our department, more than 500 students have cleared their CA foundation and intermediate, and apart from this, more than 80 students have cleared their CA final and are practicing their chartered accounting. I'm proud to add a feather to our Platinum Jubilee celebration. 6 of our former students have cleared CA final, of which 2 secured All India rank, 15 students have cleared intermediate, and 40 students have cleared foundation in the previous exam. It has been conducted during the month of December 2021. On that note, we have organized this seminar to impart knowledge on auditing to enhance and enrich the knowledge of the participants. I would like to take this moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to all the eminent resource persons for the great knowledge to the same produced their name. Thank you all the resource persons who have been present over here. Whereas I admit their busy schedule to share their wisdom, and I thank them for this opportunity. I wish everyone present here a good day and hope you all acquire valuable wisdom from this seminar. Thank you one and all. Thank you once again.
Thank you, ma'am, for making us feel proud to be a part of the community. It's important to be a person of honor than to be a person of wealth. I call upon Annie of 3rd BCom PAA. She has cleared her CS foundation and she is a student with a clear vision and goal. Annie will now introduce the chief guest.
A very good morning to one and all gathered here. Success is achieved and maintained by those who try and keep trying. Today, we have one such achiever in our midst. It's my privilege to introduce to you C.A. Rajesh, sir. We extend a warm welcome to you, sir. CA Rajesh sir is a qualified chartered accountant and is also a regional council member of SIRC. In Sikasa, he has held various positions like chairman, treasurer, secretary, and vice chairman between the year 2014-2019. During his period as chairman of Sikasa in the year 2014 to 15, the Coimbatore branch was awarded as the best branch of Sikasa. Similarly, when Sir was serving as the chairman of Coimbatore ICAI during the year 2018 to 19, it was awarded as the best branch of SIRC. He is a life member of the Auditors Association of Southern India, Coimbatore, the Society of Auditors, Chennai, Tamil Nadu and Pondicherry Chartered Accountants Association, and Annamalai Environmental Society, Pollachi. He has been elected to the Regional Council of SIRC of ICAI with the second highest votes from Tamil Nadu. He has addressed more than 30,000 students from schools, colleges, and CA students on career counseling. He is the founder of Rajesh Foundation, Coimbatore, and has been a part of the relief team for Chennai, Kerala, and Kudalur floods. He is the founder of, he has been very active in participating in various activities in Sikasa, such as quizzes, rallies, indoors, outdoor games, etc. He has also undertaken various social activities like donating to orphanages, organizing blood donors for the needy, cleaning and painting walls with social messages, etc. Sir, it's truly an honor to have you in our midst today. We welcome you again, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Annie, for introducing our chief guest. Now I request CA Rajesh S. to deliver the inaugural address.
Thank you, Annie, for the introduction. அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். Ma'am, is it audible?
Yes, sir. Vanakkam, sir. Yes, sir.
The convener of this conference, Dr. B. Chitra. The convener of this conference, Dr. B. Chitra. Program coordinators, Dr. Sugunavalli, Dr. Lata. Organizing committee members, Dr. Govindaraj, Dr. Sadanandan, Dr. Jelsi Joseph, Dr. Arun Prakash. Student office bearers, Keetana, Gokul, and other secretary and joint secretaries. My dear good friend and respected resource person of the day, speaker, CA Kamal Gargji. My good friend, CA Sarvajit Krishnan. My good friend, Vice Chairman of Kuwait Chapter of ICI, CA Sriram. It's a great honor to be part of this wonderful program, an international hybrid seminar on auditing. I would like to appreciate the efforts taken by the convener, Dr. Chitra, because it's like a dream come true. So she has a lot of dreams for the students, and it's one of the dream which has come true, organizing an international seminar amidst this pandemic and lot of issues going around. But still, she was able to organize this seminar in a wonderful way. I would like to appreciate her great efforts. Good efforts, madam, and good efforts, team. It's like it's a good opportunity for the office bearers, the student office bearers. It's good that you have taken such responsibilities in getting into the organizing team as chairperson, secretary, and joint secretary, and different office bearers of the students wing. Actually, getting into such responsibilities is like you will be learning a lot of organizing skills, and I'm sure this will help you a lot in the future. Nowadays, the book knowledge or the practical knowledge, it's not only important. We need to learn the organizing skills, and such skills come from getting into the committee and taking responsibilities like this. And I would like to, it's good to see many students who have qualified CA, CS Foundation and the intermediate and such levels at the college and attending this seminar. I'm very much happy, and I would like, I have come directly to the BCom PA department also when 2-3 years back when I was chairman there at the branch. So I know very well the efforts taken by the BCom PA department and the reputation of the institute, where they are working hard. All the faculties are working hard in bringing the students and taking the students to the great heights. It's a great efforts, the faculty team. And coming to the today's seminar, it's a great honor to be speaking before Kamal Garg, my good friend. It's like speaking auditing before Kamal Garg is very tough. Speaking on auditing, it's very tough because Kamal Garg, you will just look at his profile when it is read. Okay, when they introduce Kamal Garg, just look into his profile. You will learn a lot even just by looking into his profile. That's the qualification. That's the level of achievement that he has made. He's a great personality, and it's a great honor, Ji. Like you are accepted to be part of this event. It's a great honor for the institution, and it's a great honor for us to have you a part of this event. PSG College is a prestigious institution at Coimbatore, so having you at this event is like even more honor for us. Thank you. And coming to the seminar, it's a wonderful. It's going to be a wonderful conference because all the topics chosen are the present day to day, the present requirements, like the upcoming, what is going to be the future, and everything is going to be covered here. As a BCom PA student, you are into commerce. So commerce plays a major role in the economy, and chartered accountants. Welcome, Sarvajit Krishnan, the speaker of the next session, the first session. So it's a so commerce plays a major role, and chartered accountants are playing a major role in the economic development, and they are partners of nation building. So as a chartered accountant, we feel proud, like we are part of nation building. And being a commerce student, it's like wherever money is there, we are required. The commerce students are required. So it's like so it's not like we are into a particular class of business or something like that. Wherever money is there, wherever it needs to be accounted and other things are there, every commerce student is required for starting from accounting to the next to that it needs to be audited, and the audit reports are required at large. From the government till a small the investor level, everyone are depending on the audit reports, because the true and fair of the position of the company is well understood because from the audit report. So audit report is very much important, and such reports are being required by all the stakeholders, taking from the shareholders or from the government officials, from the even from the industry side, everyone, even the investors. So everyone are looking for the audit report and the financial positions of every company. So so the progress of the company and what is the present position, and even otherwise the internal audit, internal checks, internal controls in the company, everything is need to be audited at the present scenario. And coming to there are many places where frauds are taking place, and so those frauds need to be identified, and everything is small aspects, everything has to be taken into consideration while auditing a company. So today's topic, so everything has been considered and organized in the today's topic, and I'm sure today's event is going to be a very successful event, and lot of live examples are going to be shared here, because all the three speakers are lovely and wonderful speakers with a lot of experience, and I'm sure this is going to be a wonderful seminar. And with you, I'm also waiting to hear from the speakers, and I thank the management and the team for this opportunity. My best wishes. So on dot by 7:30, I'm finishing my address. Thank you.
Thank you, Register. It's because of you our dreams has come true. Thanks a lot, sir. The interest what you have been showing towards our department. Only because of you, my dream has been achieved. Thanks a lot, sir. And because of my entire team also. You have been arranged the event and have been given full support, and based on that, we have been with the thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Always available.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for motivating us, sir, and for giving us a glimpse of auditing. And thank you for the great start of the session. For every operation audited, know the mission, the purpose, and the reason for being. The first session of today's program will be The Future of Audit by CA Sarvajit S. Krishnan. I call upon Satya Shreyas of 3rd BCom PAA. He has cleared his CA Intermediate and is now pursuing his articleship. Satya will now introduce the chief guest.
Greetings to everyone. I take immense pleasure in introducing CA Sarvajit S. Krishnan, who likes to take initiatives and seeks opportunity out of every challenge. He is an enthusiastic, young, and motivated chartered accountant with great leadership qualities. CA Sarvajit S. Krishnan is very prominent personality among the whole student fraternity of Coimbatore. He had delivered lots of guest lecture in various colleges, and he has also been an energetic teacher for so much of aspiring CA students. He is expertised in corporate audit, internal controls, and also has a wide experience in other related aspects. He is no new face to BCom Professional Accounting Department. Sir, being a proud alumni of our college and also holds a special honor of being the inception batch of BCom Professional Accounting course. He had worked as an article assistant in NC Rajan and Co. in Coimbatore. He also has an experience of about 5 years in auditing and assurance at Deloitte, one of the big four companies, and now has become a partner of the same firm in which he had completed his articleship. He completed his certification course in IndAS and also qualified the independent director examination. He holds additional responsibilities such as managing committee member of ICA Coimbatore branch and also managing committee member of Internal Audit Club of Coimbatore. Recently, he also took the responsibility of chairman of Sikasa Coimbatore. We are privileged to have you amidst us, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for that wonderful introduction. In the
Thank you, Satya, for introducing the chief guest. Now I kindly request CA Sarvajit S. Krishnan to take over the session.
இந்த இனிமையான காலையிலே இந்த ஆன்லைன் மேடையிலே எனக்கு இந்த வாய்ப்பளித்த பிஎஸ்ஜி காலேஜுக்கு நன்றி. International conference, my guru is there. Usually, for the first time, any virtual meet I somehow start. But today I am just stuck because I see my teacher, Mr. Kamal Garg, who is right away, who has joined all the way from Delhi. So very good morning to you, sir. And also our dear Rajesh sir is here. Very good morning to you also, sir, and Chitra ma'am, and very good morning to all the students here. One of a very, very important topic at this time is, I think it is a very, very, it's a seminar which is organized at the right time, where there is a lot of transformation happening. Before that, when the student was introducing about the certificate course of IndAS and the independent director's examination, I think, and when I cleared both the qualifications, I took guidance from only one man. Not only that guidance, every time I do something or the other in auditing or any standard, any interpretation, be it real life, one person whom I immediately contact is Kamal Garg sir, who is always available and nice. I know I don't get words to speak early in the morning. After seeing Kamal Garg sir, it is just shivering, because when you talk before your teacher, it is always like, ஐயோ நம்ம ஏதாச்சும் தப்பா சொல்லிடக்கூடாது அப்படிங்கிற அந்த thinking இருக்கு. I hope I will do justice to time and I will talk on the topic. So Wonderful topic for the season. There are a lot of changes happening, especially after this COVID-19. In fact, today is 25/3/2022. On 25/3/2020, I heard one word for the first time. It was called Zoom. Because after pandemic was declared, lockdown came on 23/3/2020. After that, things took a major change, and one of the word which we initially started was Zoom, because we were not able to meet a lot of people, so we went for a virtual platform. Then we came up with Zoom, then Google Meet, so many things, then digital classrooms, virtual classrooms, online classes. So last 2 years have been so many changes with respect to the education sector, to all the sectors, work from home and all those things. But what about audit? Just imagine 23/3/2020, the lockdown is being declared. Every company has to go for a year-end stock audit, which was on 31/3/2020. There was bank audit, which were scheduled from 1/4/2020. But despite the COVID challenge, if many of the auditors were able to exercise were able to observe the inventory stock take, and also the bank audits being done, it was possible only because there was a big transformation, because people went into virtual. And after that, the way we audited, physically going to a place doing audit, where I remember the days when my seniors in Deloitte used to say, no, sitting in office you can't do an audit, you need to go there. If I am right, Kamal Garg sir used to say, what are the 5 things you need to do? Inquiry, observation, analytical procedure, recalculation, reperformance. I don't know how this observation procedure were done over the years, but this coronavirus pandemic has forced business to operate remotely and also embrace on digital technologies. Whether they were ready to or not, we do not know, but that really forced the companies to come forward and take it. While there was a lot of evolution in the audit process, with emergence of new technologies and growing investors' expectations, COVID-19 has significantly accelerated towards a virtual audit. This isn't a simple matter of conducting an audit over video chat, just talking, or taking a traditional process and moving on. Any desk came into picture, where the client used to share his ERP, and we used to do an any desk. You used to share his you used to share the computer screens, but all those things are there. But as long as an auditor is concerned, despite all this challenge, the fundamental grip, the strong foundation of an auditor lies in his standard number 230, which is documentation. So all this wanted a clear-cut documentation. Otherwise, an audit is not an audit at all. It's just a conversation. Instead, it's more about a digital transformation which revamps the auditing process into something entirely new, a reimagined audit experience. Prior to COVID-19, the winds were already changing. Accountants had already been experimenting with new technologies and working with something called big data to perform higher quality and more efficient and focused audit. Many of the big fours became an early adopter and has been embedding digital innovation into its audit through such things such as data analytics, advanced technologies, advanced technologies enabled risk assessment tools, and rules-based anomaly detection for more than a decade. More recently, what was added to their audits was artificial intelligence was added. For example, they had for example, on 31st March, where SA 505 talks about something called confirmations. They had a system, where they had a tool where you just need to feed in the email IDs or the address. The system itself would automatically generate confirmation requests sent to that particular email ID. In case if the reply is not, there will be a separate mailbox created. In case if that if that particular person has not confirmed the balances, it will again send a reminder. Automatically, it will be documented in an Excel format, and it itself will pull out the ledger balances, do a differences whether the balance is confirmed by the client and by the concerned receivables or payables, and whatever is the balance as per books is matching. In case if there is a difference, the tool itself would do an alternate procedure of subsequent repayments. So big fours and many other big parties were adopting these kind of technologies. But what happened after the pandemic that has sped up the process of change considerably. Uncertainty combined with the rapid economic shift to digital ways of operating has encouraged innovation and thinking outside the box. Suddenly, business are reimagining their business operations to engage client, suppliers, and regulators. With the closing of workplaces and need for physical distancing, auditors are leveraging existing and new technology to conduct audit remotely. From remote data extraction and analysis to inventory count using drone technologies. When I talk about drone technologies, I have a small video to be shared here. I will just share this video and then I will come back.
Deloitte is committed to transforming the way we execute audits. Our forward thinking is flying us to new heights.
Introducing the latest project from Audit Innovation by Deloitte. Remote Sensing Advanced Imagery Drones. Using advanced imagery, drone flight technology, and post-flight software analysis, drones have the ability to transform how we conduct inventory observations and asset inspections. This innovative technology can be used to assess inventory condition, inspect infrastructure, monitor construction in progress, measure volumes of stockpiles, and even assess crop health. Imagine, we're talking energy storage, like oil and natural gas, shipping containers, commodities, or other valuable raw materials. Drones have the potential to change the landscape of asset verification. While in flight, drones acquire high-resolution photos of inventory that are uploaded into an imagery analysis software. This will enable audit professionals to digitally assess volume, height, weight, and other geometric characteristics of inventory. Drones, just one of the many examples of how Deloitte is delivering the audit of the future today.
So this is one video by Deloitte where future is about technology and how drones are going to help. We've come across a lot of forwards in WhatsApp where we see Amazon has been using drones in the US to deliver goods. Now audit will also be taking through this, and drones will be used in audits. As of now, we see it is only in some mines where it goes and takes the position. But very soon, there will be drones which will go into warehouses, calculate the boxes. Of course, Kamal Garg sir used to say that when inventory stock take is gone, whatever be the box, inside there will be 6 boxes. Even one box goes, how will we check that? So there are some backlogs also here in the drone technology when we use it. But above all these things, whether it is about whether using technologies, it's more about transforming underlying process to achieve 3 main objectives. The 3 objectives which we need to ensure is the higher quality in audit, a more efficient in audit, and a better business insights for our clients is what is needed. COVID-19 abruptly forced changes in a matter of days. Federal and provincial securities regulators allowed for some security deadlines at the start of the pandemic, but for ongoing quarterly and annual reporting, firms were needed to accelerate from digital practices. The standards haven't changed, yet the pandemic has resulted in many new risks. There have been significant changes to internal control as a result of remote work arrangements. This makes business houses more vulnerable to fraud and cybersecurity attacks, often while facing resource constraints and staff reductions, making it even more difficult to design effective controls. Prior to the pandemic, many larger firms were well underway in the process of digitizing their documents. Smaller firms were just getting started or only part way through. But the pandemic forced everyone to move to a new way of conducting audit, and cloud-based data extraction systems were immediately put to test. Extracting and downloading all our client financial reporting data, including supporting documentation, allowed auditors to look into audit differently. That was the trend changes. The number of reports, the way the things were audited before the pandemic, the way that audit took place after the pandemic, there was a complete transformation with respect to the documentation, because if we were able to get 5 documents before in the traditional practice, because of this virtual data extraction, where some clients where the ERPs are very strong, where they even upload the documents, you have the access, you sitting in the remote place, you are able to have more of audit evidences. Thus, the audit evidences which you obtained were not only sufficient, but also appropriate in many cases. It was more appropriate. Already the audit documentation which we were doing before the pandemic were sufficient and appropriate. But after the pandemic, it is even more sufficient and appropriate. Thus, bringing an auditor, as Rajesh sir was telling in his speech, that the auditors has to give the report, the true and fairness on the audit report. The auditor were able to take a comfortable position when they were giving the audit reports. So the pandemic forced change out necessity. There was no time for debate. The traditional barriers for auditors, access to data, client resistance, and client readiness were quickly overcome, and the audit technology was immediately put to test. And it worked. It shows us the way of future. Clients can see real-time insights as the industry moves towards the goal of continuous auditing. The pandemic has brought us closer to the goal and is expecting the investment in technology to help us to get over there. On Science Visim, when we get back to the client's place in future, many of these changes, what we incorporated during the pandemic, where we use technology, would be permanent. The experience has given the market and regulators confidence that the quality of the audit has been accelerated. This has shown us the way of the future. It is possible and it's better. But it has also highlighted what else is required. The past few months are just the what we had towards the during the pandemic, the way we did the audit. It's just the start for the great journey. Auditing has traditionally been a process based on statistical sampling techniques. For example, if you're auditing 1,000 invoices, you might run a statistical sampling giving you only 40 items you might test. But now, with advanced data and analytical systems, you can put rules-based automation and artificial intelligence to move statistical sampling and to get more than we can say that the way we are doing with data and analytics, what we've been giving as true and fair, we are doing 100%. We'll be able to rely on the accuracy. So we can even say that the audit report which we are giving can be true and correct because of data analytics. Where you were traditionally vouching only 40 invoices, because of this data and analytics, you can take a full dump, do an entire analysis of the dump. You will be able to vouch on the accuracy of those data, and that is what one of the biggest advantage of having data and analytics. Whether that is looking at all 1,000 invoices of a small manufacturing company or a 140,000 derivative and securities portfolio at large financial institutions, the outcome is very clear. We have a much higher quality audit through the use of these technologies. So whether when we talk about auditing standards, any auditing standards you learn, at the end, we talk about the applicability of small, medium enterprises, whether it will be applicable. It says the standard, as long as the audit standards are concerned, it would remain, whether it is a small audit, whether it is a big audit, the procedure which the auditor has to do relying on the auditing standards is all the same. There is no deviation in the work which you are going to perform. So this audit quality using technology, data and analytics, where we are vouching for, in case if it's a small firm, there will be only 14,000 invoices. You can get it in within no time. Once you have a predefined module, what are the output you expected, the insights would be thrown out through data and analytics would be more. Not only in this case, even a big multinational company which is dealing with crores and crores of derivatives, so many things, all that it needs is the auditor has to spend some initial time in deciding what kind of output he wants, because it is artificial intelligence. Whatever it is not natural intelligence. The artificial intelligence is trained by man. So the auditor has to say, this is the data which is needed and this is the output I needed. The time taken for analysis will be system driven and which will give us more insights, more points for consideration and for reporting. Over the past 2 years, many of the firms are working towards on a risk-based assessment tools that layer mission-based learning, which is a subset of artificial intelligence, on top of rules-based algorithms. Once the system ingests massive data sets, it can flag additional anomalies or risky transaction based on parameter that it learns on its own. This technology can at the same time provide insights into many of the company's processes. Today, especially after the coming of IFCO-FR, that is the internal financial control over financial reporting, the responsibility of the statutory auditors have also been increased. The auditor has to play, for example, if it is just a unlisted company, the auditor has to just say the controls are there. But if it is a listed company, the auditor's responsibility is not only to say the controls are there, the auditor has to further say that the controls are operating effectively. So I just remember a joke when we talk about internal controls. My senior used to say, checking of internal controls by an auditor is like purchasing a car with airbags. We don't test, we rely that at the right time it will operate to prevent any mishaps. That is how internal control operates. So the power of artificial intelligence, it picks up patterns that people may miss or haven't even seen before. So the chances of deduction risk will go down. The future of audit will involve real-time auditing in which clients record transactions on a blockchain and the auditor is alerted if there are any unusual interactions for on-spot auditing. So this is a term which we've been hearing recently: blockchain, crypto, digital, and all those things. Once blockchain comes, the audit trail is something which we have a confidence on. For example, even now, if you see, your GST returns, for example, a sales vouching, there is no then the total turnover figure. It can now be relied on your income because you have multiple sources. Your Form 26A says what is the total turnover of the year. So the sales is, because in GST, when you have to reverse a sale, it is a credit note which you need to pass it, a debit note which you need to give it separately against the sales. So that gives you a confidence with respect to the sales trial which you need to keep. So like that way, with technology is coming in, the reliance on the evidence would be more. So the problem which we face today as youngsters, you need to look into is how you are going to overcome the resistance. The reason being, there is a lack of readiness. Well, the future of audit shows promise. There are still many challenges ahead. The tools are only as good as the quality of the data. Clean data in the right format is something which is very, very essential for data and analytics rules based algorithms and artificial intelligence. So, today you go ask a client some GL dump, he will just extract the dump and give. But for you to have a clear-cut exception reports or to find out some log, you have to do through a process of data cleaning where what is needed, what is not needed. You must be able to distinguish and bring it as a separate report. Only when you have that data in a very, very cleaned format, you will be able to do data and analytics in a much more efficient and effective way. During the pandemic, if you look into, clients who are further along in their digital transformation were greatly benefited from having good, clean, formatted data, resulting in little to no disruption in their audits. For example, cloud-based remote data extraction capabilities and data sharing platforms, clients have been able to securely share data in digital format. One of the biggest things is data. Data is the midnight. Data is the tool today. Data is something which is very, very important today. Data, it is all about data today. Even today, you go Google something, immediately when you get the cookies getting floated on what you are searching, that is also a data. So yesterday, I don't know how many of you saw a business line. Yesterday there was a news in the business line telling Parliamentary Action Committee is planning to set up a separate profession for auditors. So there was one comment which I put up. Bajaj Finserv will have additional data for calling the auditors to ask for loans, because this is only unnecessary data. All this data, there is too much of data everywhere, and this data is something which is very, very important. So when you are able to, this data is the top secret. Any company, the data is the top secret, especially with respect to listed companies. Unless and until your limited review reports are out for a quarter, you have to maintain utmost secrecy, because that would amount to an insider trading. So what happens because of this remote data extraction process? Clients are able to share this data in a very, very secured way. So that is something, this has helped in the transition of the world of virtual work and provide greater resilience during the time of uncertainty and upheaval. Many of the businesses, however, especially in the small business and mid-market space, were at the beginning or only pathway through their digital transformation during the COVID-19, but they also came along with this. When the problem with the small sectors or MSME sectors is, the initial cost which they need to incur would be huge. Setting up a server, setting up a cloud, putting up data, taking up an ERP, because our Indian based systems, majority of the clients operate in Tally. So it was pretty difficult to convince clients to tell them that no, this is the time when you move. And today clients are benefited, especially the private limited companies, which we have told them shift from Tally to some other ERP. Today they are all happy, because MCA has recently notified that all the transactions which is being recorded by companies, need to have an audit trail, a log enabled, and all those things. So today the implementations what we have done during COVID-19 for some companies, though it was voluntary, today the effects have been very, very fruitful. Business that hadn't already digitized their source document has to get it done, and done quickly, to accommodate remote working and other even remote audits. Very rapidly, business embrace data extraction, analytics, and AI tools will make the auditing process even more work efficiently and virtually efficient. This acceleration towards automation has turned out to be a silver lining of organizations become more resilient and better positions to address the new business reality. So what are all some of the technologies which we need to talk about? One is the cloud, one is the artificial intelligence, and the other one is the machine learning. As business transform the way they collect and process data, the accounting industry, that is us as auditors or you, the future auditors, you must always remain a step ahead. You are not along with the client. Always remember, a chartered accountant, when it comes to a client, is always a step ahead. That is why they reach you for any queries. That means continuing, you need to invest in cognitive, machine learning, and artificial intelligence capability to provide organizations with data-driven business insights, as well as evolving reporting and regulatory requirements. As days we progress further, it is going to be a very, 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 very tough task, because there are going to be a lot of reporting requirements which will come in force. Government is working on a very, very fairness in the accounting, thanks to the big fours, because of which there are a lot of changes happening in our day-to-day life, especially when it comes to the Caro reporting, which is now taking a giant leap. Because of some of the big mistakes committed by the big fours, today, auditors have to report on something called Caro 2020, which is now not only telling auditors or just to say that, yes, no, it is not a matter of yes, no. The Caro 2020 is expecting the auditors to play a role of an astrologer, because there is one point which says whether is there in the next 1 year, is there a possibility for the company to go into a liquidity. That we can say us on 31st March, everything is fine. We feel it is good, but we do not know. But with data and analytics techniques, we will be able to judge to some level. So these are some rapid changes which are happening. Smart audit platforms are launched by many tools have come up today for auditing, and audit firms are working with many of the leading companies, where how they can implement the artificial intelligence technology in the audit for their clients. So While investment in technology are critical, there are no one size fits all solution as long as the technology is concerned. So every client system is very different. So you have to take a different approach for each of the client. Upskilling auditors to harness these technologies and home is non-solutions, and there are bespoke of each client. So these are all some of the points which I want to say. But as students today who are attending this conference, if you ask me, sir, is my BCom professional accounting or is my chartered accountancy course which I study, is it sufficient if I wanted to get into practice, or should I do some value additional courses? Today there are websites like Udemy and so many other learning platforms where you get a lot of basic training programs on blockchain, or you have basic training programs on artificial intelligence, basic training programs on the cloud platform. So there are many at a nominal cost of 400 rupees, 450 rupees. These certifications will help you all to have an insight of these technologies, because these are some of the technologies which is definitely going to be used. At this juncture, I would like to iterate. I know how many of you have heard about this company called Paytm. Paytm is a company which is an information technology company, but today, Paytm has become a payments bank. Airtel was a telecommunication company. Airtel is now, it's again doing business of bank. And coming to the next solution, where you have Tesla. Tesla is an information technology company which is now into car business. Same with Google, Ola, and Uber. When these kind of information technology companies are getting into other forms of business in these days, if we don't do, and if these kind of some regulations do keep coming, otherwise or not, do not know if so many news is coming in, the audit would be done by information technology company. It can happen. The days are no longer. But if even whatever information technology company does the audit, but as long as the control is with ICAI, yes, the auditors, the members of the ICAI would be doing the auditors. But when government says that it is to be transferred, it is to be done in another way, and so if regulations keep changing, we don't know. But to equip yourself, you have to be very clear. And one more thing is, when you are somebody, if you are planning to get into practice, remember the days are gone where your practice is no longer that two subjects in your CA, direct tax and indirect tax. The practice should be set up in such a form that all the 16 subjects which you learn in your CA forms part of your practice. And this is possible only through digital innovation in your practice. If not, again, even today, if you take artificial intelligence, other classic example is your income tax return. Today you have something called AAIs and TIS. So one logic client, when client used to come to give us data, we used to check and we used to compute the income and give it to him. But today, the moment we compute, there is something called the annual information statement and tax information statement, which is provided by the system itself. And when you look into that, it says, this is your income from house property, this is your income from capital gains, this is the number of securities which you have purchased, this is the securities which you have sold. All these data are with the system. And the days are not so far in another 2 years or 3 years or 4 years, but definitely not later than 5 years. We will literally be like, just log into your income tax portal. The income tax will say, even if you look into the AIS statement, it says assessed declared value, assessed value. It itself brings the value, it itself derived value. So where analytics and artificial intelligence is being used. So what will happen in these cases? After 5 years, the income tax return, it will be free-filled. All you need to do is accept or go for an assess or go for a contention. This is how the system will operate. So the future is more about being prepared. There are many other technologies which has come in. One such technology is the robotic process automation. I don't know how many of you have heard about this term called robotic process automation, where the work is for people in PA. I know definitely many of you would be going to your offices, and many of you would have filed your returns, and you'd be using tools like Winman, Computax, and many of the softwares. And the moment you give the return, Winman and Computax, it automatically logs into the website of the CA. It adds the form which needs to be filed for the CA. It logs out, goes into the assessee's login automatically, uploads the form, again comes out, logs in back into the CA for uploading the form, then again comes to the assessee for confirmation. It is a process which happens automatically. Similarly, in business, when you get purchase orders, automatically from email, it will automatically capture, it itself will go, the entire process is automatic. So these technologies are some areas where as future professionals, you can concentrate. I mean, by sharing one another video on robotic process automation so that you will have an idea of how it works. So these are some new technology which you have seen, which is going to be very, very important thing. These are some technologies which we need to learn. As long as India is concerned, the future of audit will continue to follow accounting, which in turn should follow developments in business and industry. Given the diversity among corporate entities in this country, it appears that it would be more appropriate to speak instead about several futures accounting and audit. At one end, we have companies at the cutting edge of technology and innovation, funded largely by the early stages of venture capital. Every day, we hear of one or other companies having achieved a unicorn status. At the other end, we have a huge number of companies whose turnover, profits, and market cap, in the case of listed companies, are very, very small in absolute terms. Questions that would naturally arise seeing this diversity and whether uniform accounting and auditing standards are the way to go, and even whether even compulsory statutory audit of general purpose financial statements is desirable in the case of the vast majority of companies who do not seem to be able to afford the same. These companies would be largely micro, small, and medium enterprises and are essentially family owned enterprises formed as companies for the sake of limited liabilities or to get bank loans, bus route permits, mining licenses, and the like. They are effectively glorified proprietorships or partnerships. There is no public interest in forcing external audit in them. In any event, it is clear that such audit, as it being carried out, cannot boost of any quality at all. Banks can direct them to have an audit as a condition for giving them loans. But what would be a private matter? Exempting small companies from mandatory audit would result in further ease of doing business for MSMEs and reducing the compliance burden and cost of such enterprises. A recent example is the increase of turnover, mandatory turnover in our tax audit from 5 crores to 10 crores in the Finance Act 2021. Similar condition would seem to apply in the case of small cap listed companies also. Perhaps the minimum eligibility criteria for stock exchange listing have to be reviewed. So there are many things to be considered, and these points are still in discussion. As far as many high-tech companies go, there is a view that they are backed by extensive research, then the poor quality of even honest financial report, legitimately disclosed under the current convenient accounting systems. There are many things which needs to be discussed. In any discussions on the future of audit, it will not be nice if I don't speak about blockchain, AI, machine learning, ESG, which I've already covered in large. Because there are a lot of we are all amateurs and we are just new to this technologies, and we are also learning a lot. I think in days to come we will turn out to be experts, who knows. So that time we will talk about those technologies in detail. Company financial statements and their audits are examples of regulations of companies. The design of the regulation has to be clear about its objectives, be grounded in precise data about the regulated entities and their characteristics, and differentiated in a manner that acknowledges their heterogeneity. At every stage, the design of regulation has to be conscious of available regulator capacity and the real cost thereof versus the hope for benefits. Given some of the facts described, it would appear that it is a great need and scope for serious examination in case if you have not transformed it to a virtual platform or if you have not adopted technologies. It is high time that you start rehauling the present systems. And everybody would be aware, today we have a regulator which is called the NEFRA, which is coming into force. As far as NEFRA is concerned, our focus should be fully concentrated in the manner described on companies with great external impact. The aim should be to create conditions that would reassure that who have to deal with such companies about the basic reliability of their financial statements. So today from the auditors, the expectations is, today businesses have moved across. Businesses today, if you look into this region of the south, many of the businesses are family owned business. Today these businesses have started, the third gen have started coming in. They have started using technology at large. Today they are going for ERP. So the auditor has to give more insights. The auditor has to play a role of more of an advisor, because just as how they say we have a family doctor, the auditor is also one of the important person. Today the client comes to you for each and everything. So the auditor should work very closely along with the companies, with your clients, bring in technology, encourage the clients to adopt new technology. You also should be a part of that implementation, and you have to grow together. So my dear students, today there are a lot of as long as students are concerned with, apart from the CA course or many other courses which you do, please take up some courses on technology, which is very, very important, because future is all about technology. For very simple, I would say, today no longer I call up a call taxi. I call him and I wait for him, and by the time he comes, I make 10 calls. He calls to his center house from where he gives a walkie-talkie communication. Today it is all mobile app based. You can app everything. You order food, yes, you get it delivered on your doorsteps. So today things are changing with technology. We are going ahead. There are a lot of things to come. We are expecting major changes with blockchain. There are advanced blockchains coming in. So be ready. Only when you are in line with your profession, your qualification is primary. But apart from that, to be successful in your primary aspect, you need to be well versed in technology, because technology is, again and again I keep repeating it, because once you feel, many of them today, once you qualify your chartered accountancy course or the whatever course you are, you feel that is the point where you stop learning. And I think one of the great inspiration for many students like me is Shri Kamal Gargji, who is here, who will be handling the next session. He keeps reading. You take a Caro, simple Caro 2020, where we feel that it is only some little of 20 points or something, where it is only cheap. You have a Bharat publication book of Kamal Garg sir, which will be of 500 to 600 pages. The insight analysis, that is what is required. As long as learning is concerned, learning is a continuous process. Knowledge is your wealth. This kind of conferences help you know what is the change, because as students you are not exposed to the outside world, and this kind of conferences, this kind of meetings will help you to know what is happening in the outside world and gear up yourself to equip for the outside thing. So at this moment, I have more 12 minutes to complete. If there is any doubt, students can ping me, or I thank the HOD. It is very nice to see Chitra ma'am was a faculty for us, and today we were the first batch of BCom Professional Accounting 2009 to 12. Very nice to see Chitra ma'am is now heading the Department of Professional Accounting. It is professional accounting is a separate department now. We were part of the commerce unaided department when the course was started, and 2009-12 batch, I think the entire college would remember, because I remember when we used to go to college at morning 7:30, everybody used to say, you come so early, and by the time everybody comes to college, you will be out of college. And that was one thing. And I must happily say, on behalf of my batch, out of the 46 students who appeared, who were a part of the 10-12 batch, around 28 of us are chartered accountants today. There are few people who work for the big fours. 10 of them are successful entrepreneurs today, and remaining of them have become great mentors and qualified other professional examinations, have successful postgraduate MBAs. Today, all of them work in big companies, and all of them are well settled. College life is something which is very, very memorable. I thank the college management for giving me this opportunity. Don't miss out the next session. It is a very, very interesting session. I am also looking forward. It's been a long time since I have heard Kamal Garg sir's speech, so waiting for it. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir, for explaining the risks and procedures during the COVID period, the evolution of auditing over the period, and for telling us about the fundamental grip that our auditor has, and for briefing us about the development in the business and technological area. Thank you, sir. It was a very informative session. The floor is now open for questioning. Sir, you have a few questions on YouTube. The first one is that in the beginning you mentioned a big data. Can you explain a little bit more about this? I'll repeat. In the beginning you mentioned big data. Can you explain a little bit more about this? Sir, you're on mute, sir.
Sarva,
mic is on mute.
Sarvajit, unmute ma.
Sir, your mic is on mute, sir. Can you please unmute?
Hello, am I audible now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. See, big data basically refer to data sets which are very, very large and too complex to be dealt. Today, for example, there is a big MNC across and you have multiple transactions. So many data are there. The dump which you get is too huge. It is very, very difficult, from that you need to clean and so many things has to take place. So big data, basically, they refer to data sets which are very, very large or complex to be dealt with by traditional data data processing software. For example, in your own Excel, that 63,000 or 64,000 line item which you have, sometimes when the data is huge, your Excel gets stuck, right? So basically what happens is there are many so big data deals with how statistical tools can be used for doing analysis out of that huge set of data. So some of the challenges which big data would include will be more of how capturing data, how the data is to be stored, how that this data you can do an analysis, how you can share, you can transfer. Then out of such a huge data file, how you are able to visualize, then querying, how you are going to query. Then if you want to do some changes to such a huge data set, how you will be able to do. So it is more of a big data sets where you are not able to approach through a traditional data processing software. You will be able to do it.
So there's one more question. They've asked if you can suggest some technological courses.
Yeah, today you can go to Udemy. There is a course on blockchain. There is a course on Excel analytics. I think fundamentally, basically, the biggest analytical tool, the basic analytical tool which we have today is Excel. So you need to understand the ins and outs of Excel. Excel has some beautiful formulas. Excel can give you a very deep insight analysis of so many data. So there are data analysis using Excel is one of a very good course which is available in Udemy. There are courses on blockchain. There are courses on RPA. I think in institutes SSP portal there is a e-learning course on RPA. So these are some courses which is good. Apart from that, one more thing which I always tell students is, see, people, today when you are studying your CA final or CA intermediate or your college, you feel auditing standards are not necessary. Auditing standards are something, it's a burden to my studies. But my dear students, if you have decided to practice or be it in employment, auditing standards are fundamental. Auditing standards are also as important as the other standards. So finish your auditing standard study first, and then you have to do these kind of courses. There are many certificate courses which are available. All that you need to do is get into udemy.com or Byju's. You just type blockchain, data analytics, artificial intelligence. You get n number of courses. Apart from that, if students really wanted to get into something on a technology driven basis, on control aspects and all those things, CISA offered by the ISACA is a very good course. It is costing around 50. It is a certification course. And today it is a very good course. So in fact, students, you can take a certificate. There is a huge opportunity for CISA also.
Thank you, sir, for answering the questions. And it was a very informative session, and thank you for that. We'll go on a short break, and we'll commence by 9 a.m.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Hello? Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And is everything fine?
Yes, ma'am. We've just taken a small break. The session is over. The first session is over.
Sarojit led the meeting, Yes, yes. Have you introduced the break mark then?
Yes, ma'am. We've introduced the break, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
face, sir.
Yeah, okay.
So thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
morning, Kamal sir. So students are waiting for their breakfast, sir. They'll be resuming by 9 o'clock. So you had your breakfast, sir? Sir, your mic is muted.
Yeah, good morning, madam. I just had my breakfast.
Yes, sir. So regular breakfast time is between 8:40 to 9 o'clock, sir.
Okay,
So
madam.
we have been left the students today by 8:30 itself, 10 minutes prior. But they'll be
Okay.
joining the session by 9 o'clock, surely.
Okay,
Sir.
madam. I will be joining by 9.
Yes, sir.
Okay, ji.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Rajesh, sir, you had your breakfast, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Kirtana? Kirtana? Rohit? Can I tell the organizers to join immediately?
Is it ready, ma'am?
We're resuming back. So it's the second session. When your footsteps and thoughts carry you down the same path your heart and soul are directing you, you will know without a doubt that you are headed in the right direction. The second session of today's program will be Graduation of Auditor's Audition, The Economy Security Force by CA Kamal Garg. I call upon Ritiha of 3rd BCom PAB. She has cleared her CS executive and is currently pursuing her training. Ritiha will now introduce the chief guest.
Good morning to one and all present here. I'm highly honored and feel privileged to have been given this opportunity to welcome our chief guest of the day. To be inspired is great, but to be an inspiration is an honor. A warm welcome to Mr. C.A. Kamal Garg, who is an inspiration to all the students out there. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you.
He is a fellow member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India and a first-class Commerce Baccalaureate from Deen Dayal Upadhyaya College, University of Delhi, and an academic resource partner in KGMA Delhi. Sir has also qualified post-qualification course on Diploma in Information System Audit conducted by ICAI. Besides this, he is also an insolvency professional registered with the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India. He was also the member of Board of Studies, Study Material Research Group of Northern India Regional Council of ICAI, and a special invitee member of Accounting Standards Board, Financial Reporting Review Group of ICAI, and Indian Accounting Standard IFRS Implementation Committee of ICAI. Sir was also nominated as a special invitee member to the Committee on Banking, Insurance and Pension of NIRC of ICAI. He is also the faculty resource of Peer Review Board of ICAI. Besides being a regular guest speaker at various forums including ICAI, AI and ICSI, Sir is also an author of over a dozen of books and commentaries. He possesses a rich industry experience in the areas of corporate laws, audit and management consultancy. Once again, we are so honored to have you as the chief guest for today, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Shall I
I
start?
now request CA Kamal Garg to take over the session.
So very good morning to each one of you, and thank you for this wonderful introduction. I thanks PSG College, the governing body of PSG College, and especially Dr. Chitra for giving me this opportunity. Nonetheless, it's so heartwarming to see my brother, my friend, and so many relations I have with Rajesh Shivraji, a genuine person, a gem of a person, and people do say that he has a golden heart. I would say he is a diamond with so many hearts. And I am glad to see my younger brother Sarvajit Krishnan, who happens to be my student, but now that studentship became as a brother relationship, and I have seen his journey. I'm witness to his successful years as well as failure years as well. So he has traveled a long, struggleful journey, and I'm very glad to share dais with him today as one of the professional colleague. So this is a real proud moment for me as a teacher as well as an elder brother as well. The topic given to me is a good topic, and I'm really glad to have this topic of the day, especially in the present scenarios. So before I proceed and share my screen with PPT's discussion, I need to ask you, the students who are listening me, or maybe the other participants also, are you worried with the word audit? Is audit something like larger than life figure? Don't you think that we are doing audit in our daily life? For example, most of the students who are attending the classes, your teacher will come into the classroom and will take attendance. So what is the objective of taking attendance? Can anybody please reply in the chat box, or maybe the coordinator can pass upon the answers to me? Why a teacher takes attendance in the classroom? Can somebody from the coordinating team pass on the answers to me? Why people take attendance? The very motive of taking attendance is to ensure that the students who are registered for a class are also attending the class. So that is one of the control factor that attendance is bringing in to the attendance of the students. And that is nothing but audit. So taking attendance is nothing but the audit of students attending the class. Similarly, you must be visiting to the restaurants. So when you visit some restaurants, like if I remember in Coimbatore, we do have this Annapurna Bhavan or Annapurna restaurant. So you went to Annapurna restaurant and they will give you a chit or a bill, food bill. So when you pay the food bill, I believe that each one of you must be going through the food bill. On food bill, what you check? On food bill, you will check whether the food bill is properly prepared or not, whether the food bill is containing all the items which you have ordered, or it is having more items which you don't even have ordered. So whatever you check on that very food bill is again a kind of audit. So audit is nothing a kind of larger than life figure. Audit is a kind of control mechanism whereby the confidence of various users, is reinstated. So if I come to my example again, when you are in a college class, the attendance reposes, the attendance brings in the confidence in the teachers that yes, students are attending the class. When you go with the food bill and you check the food bill, you get the confidence, yes, the bill is prepared properly. And same way, the audit is there in economy for various users. Now these various users can be shareholders, these various users could be government, it could be other people as well. So I'm sharing a screen. Please confirm if my screen is visible to you. Are you able to see my screen? Kirtana, can you please confirm?
So yes, sir, we're able to see.
Okay. So this is the topic, graduation to auditor's audition, the economy, security force. Why we have kept this topic, you will get to know when I will be concluding my speech. So most of you must not be even able to understand what the topic is trying to convey. You will get to know once I will be concluding my speech. So let us take few questions. Question number 1, you invested money in a company. Would you like to know, this is the question I'm reading. You invested money in the company. Would you like to know whether your money is properly used or wasted by the company or not? Obviously, you would be like to have this knowledge as an investor, whether my money is properly used or not. Similarly, let us have a second question as well. You put your money in bank. Would you like to know whether your money is safe in bank or not? Answer quite obviously is yes, you would like to know. Third question, you're employed in a company whose policy is to pay bonus to the employees at 1% of net profit. Would you like to know whether the company has reported correct profit or not? Answer is yes. Obviously, you would like to know this reporting of profit, because if the company intentionally will report lower profit, you will receive lower bonus. So obviously, you will get to know whether the profit is badly reported or goodly reported. Number 4 question, you made sales of rupees 10 crores during the year but paid GST on sales of rupees 8 crores only. Would not the government want to know how much tax is avoided by you? Quite obviously, the answer is yes. Government also needs to know whether you have avoided any tax or not. But the fact is, in all the above cases, can you visit personally to the company's place and check the information always? Whether you have the expertise to check the information? In majority of the cases, it will not be possible for employees or the bank customers or the investors or the government employees to visit the premises of the company and check whether the company is functioning in the right manner or not. Similarly, in majority of the cases, the investors, the bank account holders, the employees, and maybe the government officials as well, they may not have the expertise in accountancy to check whether the information is properly drafted or not. Then what to do? This is the gap. This is the gap. That is the knowledge gap. That is the logistic gap. So if you cannot visit personally to the office of the company on regular basis, frequent basis, it is a logistic gap. If you don't have the required skill and competence to check the information, it is a knowledge gap. And that is why, to bridge this gap, the concept of auditing and the role of auditor comes into being. So what primarily auditing is, we will get to know in some moments, but let me share with you some instances how audit helped economy at large, how audit helped shareholders at large. Just see some of the news, very recent news. You must be aware of Ashnir Grover and Bharat Pay issue. So one of the news stated at Bharat Pay, audit flags recruitment fraud, non-existing vendors being paid. So this fraud was detected by auditors only. And that is what audit tries to achieve. Whether the things, whether the money operations, whether other functions in an entity are being conducted in ethical and legal manner or not. Similarly, if I share with you one more news, In business line, it was reported auditors cast doubts over SpiceJet's ability to continue as a going concern. And the auditors also flagged defaults in payment of tax, GST, and employee provident fund totaling rupees 90 crores. So in the audit report, the auditors have flagged this issue, and this is the latest report, January 2, 22. So this is not a very kind of old report. So by this kind of news, the investors, the users would get to know that company is not functioning in the right sense. And that could be a kind of warning signal for you so that you can be cautious about further investments. Similarly, if I share one more news, this is again a kind of latest news. Amtech Auto audit report hints at fund diversion. So now what this news is? This news is of March 14, 2022. In this news, what they try to report that bankrupt auto component manufacturer Amtech Auto allegedly diverted bank loans to several related parties between the year 15 and 17. So what people try to do in most of the cases, these kind of frauds when happen, they will take loan from the bank and they will distribute this money to various vendors who are their parties related. For example, I wish to buy the raw material. Instead of buying the raw material from unrelated party, I will buy the raw material from one of my relative. Now I will pay money to the relative. So what will happen primarily? The money will remain in our own family group. So that is a kind of fund diversion tactics which people adopt. And this is a kind of bad tactics. And this bad tactics can be unearthed. It could be brought to limelight by auditing activities. If I share one more news to you, CAG report highlights nexus between Noida builders and officials, unchecked violation of rules by authority. So now, what is this report trying to say? This report is trying to say CAG means Controller and Auditor General. CAG means Controller and Auditor General. CAG is a function whereby auditing is carried out for government departments and government companies. So when an auditor is appointed for government departments or government companies, that auditor is nothing but CAG, Controller and Auditor General. Now the question arises, I will not go into details of what is the CAG role and how the CAG functions, how it is appointed, just to give the brief idea. By virtue of CAG audit activities, what is being brought to limelight? The corruption which was prevailing between Noida Authority and the officials and the builders of this Uttar Pradesh state. So what happened? If you see this briefing, 3 builders named Wave, 3C and Logis Group cornered 80% of commercial projects between 2005 and 2018. Up to 63% of housing projects allotted by Noida Authority were incomplete or partially completed. National auditor finds in a scathing report. Scathing means a report which is bringing to the limelight some of the unethical issues. Now, being an investor or a normal person, you cannot do this kind of activity. To have this kind of activity being executed, you need the expert knowledge as an auditor. And that is why, being an auditor, these kind of fraudulent activities, unethical activities can be brought to the knowledge of government, brought to the knowledge of investors as well. Recently, I was reading the newspapers and I found one more report. This report is about year 1920, whereby CAG stated misappropriation of 207 rupees, misappropriation of rupees 207 crores found in Nagaland departments. So again, CAG has reported that there is the misappropriation of 207 crore of funds. So it is nothing but a kind of loss to the country, because if the money is lost, that means the treasury of Indian government is also at stake. Now, from your state, Tamil Nadu, again one news is there in the newspapers. Just see this news. CAG exposes wasteful expenditure in Trichy Corporation. So now these wasteful expenditures being incurred will be lost to the general public. Don't you think if government money is wasted, it will not be used for public spending? Normal public will not be getting some infrastructure or facilities if the money is wasted. And that is why the audit assumes a special significance, audit assumes a special role. And this is the latest news of March 25, 2022. So all these news cuttings which I have shown you, like if you see one by one, news cutting about BharatPe, then for your SpiceJet, then Amtech Auto, then about Noida builders and officials corruption activities, then Nagaland, and then this Trichy Corporation. All these things which were brought to limelight, whereby unethical practices or causes of concerns were there. It is nothing but a kind of audit activity which requires a kind of expertise, and that expert is called as auditor. I correctly remember the words of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, the ex-president of our country. He stated, chartered accountants are the partners in nation building. Why he stated so? Because the chartered accountants being auditors are safeguarding the economy. How they're safeguarding the economy? By assuring the general users whether the fraudulent activities are taking place or not, whether ethical practices are taking place or not, and putting the people at the right place for the right practices. If you remember, when Rajesh Shivraji was giving his inaugural speech, he also stated that the fraudulent activities are on anvil nowadays, and those fraudulent activities can be curbed only when a kind of deterrent check is instilled in the minds of various corporates, and that deterrent check is nothing but auditor. Meaning thereby, what I'm trying to say, if corporate people will know that, for example, Sarvajit Krishnan will come after a month and will carry out audit of our activities, out of fear factor, they will not do corrupt practices, because they will be under a fear factor that Sarvajit Krishnan will identify the fraud done by them. And because of that fear factor, they will try to avoid indulging into wrong practices. Having said that, having setting the tone, let us understand what is the definition of auditing. So definition of auditing is simple. It says auditing is a systematic and independent examination of accounting and other underlying data and information to give an opinion in the audit report. If I read it again, it says auditing is a systematic and independent examination of accounting and other underlying data and information to give an opinion in the audit report. Now, the beauty of this definition is, this definition can be synchronized in one common word, and that one common word is auditor, the theme of the day. Just see how. To learn to understand this definition, simply remember the word auditor, and you will find this definition is being culled out from this word auditor itself. Just see how. Auditing is a systematic and independent examination of accounting and other underlying data and information to give an opinion in the audit report. This is the kind of beauty of this word, which includes the definition embedded in it. If you compare, let's see the paragraph once again. Auditing is a systematic and independent examination of accounting and other underlying data and information to give an opinion in the audit report. Exactly the same definition is coming out of the word auditor. Just see how. Auditing is a systematic and independent examination of accounting and other underlying data and information to give an opinion in the audit report. Now, two very beautiful words are used in this definition. One is systematic and second is independent. So what does systematic say? Systematic says that carry out the audit as per laid down procedures and guidelines. Systematic means to carry out the audit as per laid down procedures and guidelines. And independent means auditor should act in unbiased manner. I correctly remember the words of Sarvajit Krishnan. When he was delivering his speech, he was emphasizing a lot on technological aspects like blockchain, artificial intelligence. During that very highlight, he also highlighted one of the important component of auditing, and those were standards on auditing. Standards on auditing, or SA. So that standard on auditing is nothing but a kind of guideline or a principle which ensures systematic audit examination. So when we say audit should be systematic, that is carry out the audit as per laid down procedures and guidelines. These procedures and guidelines are nothing but standards on auditing. The second word is independent. Auditor should act unbiased. Let us take an example. Rajesh ji and me, extremely good friends, and for so many years, we share family relations. However, what happened? Rajesh ji appointed me as auditor of his company. When I was auditing the books of accounts of Rajesh ji's company, I found that Rajesh ji has not paid a tax of rupees 1 lakh to the government. So I told Rajesh ji, I will be reporting in my audit report that you have not paid rupees 1 lakh of tax to the government. Now Rajesh ji stated, Kamal, we share family relations. We are so old friends. We are brothers. Please don't report this thing. At least honor our relation. At least honor our relation. So question arises when Rajesh ji will say, Kamal, please honor our relation and don't report this thing in audit report. Shall I accept this kind of request from Mr. Rajesh? Answer is no. Answer is no. Why? Because it is being stated by Institute of Chartered Accountants of India as well as Companies Act that auditors must be independent. They must be unbiased. So I will be behaving in unbiased, I will be behaving in objective, and I will be behaving in independent manner. And in that very sense, even if Rajesh is saying, please don't report, I will be reporting. However, the irony is, things look good on paper. Things look good on paper. Why I'm saying things look good on paper? Because the ground reality is, in most of the cases, auditors may not be independent. In most of the cases, auditors may not be independent. Take an example. In my case, Rajesh ji appointed me as an auditor. Now Rajesh ji is giving me my audit fees and still I am reporting against him. That means the person who is paying me the fees, I am reporting against him. So it will be very difficult for an auditor to be independent, especially when the fees is being paid by the person who is also appointing him. It is something like that. Your parents are bearing your education expenses, and after some time you are not behaving properly with your parents. So you cannot say that I am independent. But the fact is, ground reality is very ironical in practical world. Similarly, if I proceed further, to have a technical meaning of audit, what is technically audit called as? Audit is a systematic and independent examination of financial statements to ensure they reflect a true and fair view. This is a technical definition. Audit is a systematic and independent examination of financial statements to ensure that they reflect a true and fair view. Now, two expressions are used over here. One is financial statements and second is true and fair view. Question arises, what is the meaning of these two expressions? When we come to financial statements will mean balance sheet, profit and loss account, cash flow statements, as well as notes to accounts. You must be aware, notes to accounts are also the part of financial statements by virtue of AS1 or Ind AS 1 as the case may be. Properly, if I say, notes to accounts are integral to balance sheet, are integral to P&L statement, are integral to cash flow statement as well. Now, what is true and fair view? True and fair view is nowhere defined in Companies Act. I repeat, true and fair view is nowhere defined in Companies Act. Simply speaking, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India has clarified what is the meaning of true and fair view. So just see here, true and fair view is nowhere defined in Companies Act. However, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India clarifies that financial statements, FS means financial statements, shall be deemed to reflect true and fair view if there is, number one, compliance with applicable laws and regulations. So if you're complying with the provisions of Companies Act, if you're complying with the provisions of GST law, if you're complying with the provisions of Income Tax Act, if you're complying with the provisions of Provident Fund provisions, in that very case, it will be deemed that your financial statements are complying with applicable laws and regulations. Number second, compliance with applicable financial reporting framework. FRF means financial reporting framework. In simple sense, you can say FRF means accounting standards. So if you're complying with accounting standards like Accounting Standard 2, valuation of inventory, that means you are valuing the inventory on cost or NRV, whichever is less principal. You're complying with Accounting Standard 10 regarding property, plant and equipment. That means you're providing depreciation as per the requirements of Accounting Standard 10. You're complying with Accounting Standard 3, that is preparation of cash flow statement. In such cases, if you're complying with the accounting standards, it can be said that financial statements are reflecting true and fair view, that is, they're in compliance with financial reporting framework. Then Institute further says that the assets and liabilities shall be properly valued. So this is one of the very significant component. To ensure that financial statements are reflecting true and fair view, you must ensure also that assets and liabilities are properly valued. I will take some examples about it. Let us take an example, and I would request the coordinator to pass me the answers if somebody replies in the chat box. Let us take a situation. You purchase plant and machinery. You purchased plant and machinery 10 years ago. Now, the useful life of machinery is 10 years. Let us assume we are in the 11th year today. Let us assume we are in the 11th year today. In the 11th year, the plant and machinery will be at ₹0 in your balance sheet. The plant and machinery will be at ₹0 in your balance sheet. Do you think it is a right representation? Do you think it is a right representation? Why I'm asking this question? Because physically the plant and machinery will be there in your premises, but in your balance sheet this plant and machinery will not even be reflected because the value is zero. So basic condition or basic irony over here is, the contradiction here is, your books of accounts are saying that we do not have plant and machinery because the value became zero. On the other hand, when I will come to audit your premises, I will find that in your premises there is a plant and machinery which is still functioning. So question arises, is it a right representation in balance sheet? Yes or no? Any answers from the audience? Can you pass me the answers, please? So I assume
I've got an answer saying no.
Answer is no, and that is the reason that people go for revaluation. You must have read revaluation several times. Let us understand the objective revaluation. That is the objective revaluation. You are still using the machinery whose WDV, that is written down value, became zero. Now how to reconcile these things? Balance sheet says no plant and machinery, your premises say there is a plant and machinery. To overcome this kind of contradiction, people generally go for revaluation. Then is proper recognition of incomes and expenses. So you have to account for all the incomes and expenses when they're incurred rather than when they are received or paid, as the case may be. Let us take an example. Proper recognition of incomes. You will receive interest on your savings bank account balance. You will receive interest on your savings bank account balance in the month of, let us assume, June 2022. Now question arises, whatever interest will be accrued in June 2022, will you account for that interest in March 2022? Answer is no. You will account for accrual of interest only in the month in which the interest is accrued. If you will account for the interest income prior to the month of June 2022, it means that you are overstating your income. And when the income will be overstated, it means that financial statements are not reflecting true and fair view. So if I go back to the definition once again, technically speaking, what is audit? Audit is a systematic and independent examination of financial statements to ensure that they reflect a true and fair view. Financial statements, you understood now, comprises of balance sheet, profit and loss account, cash flow statement, as well as notes to accounts. And true and fair view is nowhere defined in Companies Act. However, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India clarified that the financial statement shall be deemed to reflect true and fair view if there is, number one, compliance with applicable laws and regulations. Number two, compliance with applicable financial reporting framework. Number three, the assets and liabilities are properly valued. And number four, the incomes and expenses are properly recognized. Having said that, the financial statements shall be deemed, if they are shall be deemed as not reflecting true and fair view if they contain misstatements. I repeat my sentence. Financial statements shall be deemed as not reflecting, I emphasize not, as not reflecting true and fair view if the financial statements are containing misstatements. Now these misstatements can be of three types. Misstatements as to completeness, misstatements as to validity, and misstatements as to accuracy. Let us understand all these three things with an example. First one is completeness. Take an example. The purchase invoice for the raw material purchased in the month of March 2022 was not recorded in this month, as the chief accountant stated that we will record this purchase in month of April 2022. So what happened here? The purchase invoice was not recorded. So if it is not recorded, it means that financial statements are incomplete. So when financial statements are incomplete in relation to purchases of raw material, it shall be deemed that it is a misstatement, and that is why this will become misstatement. Why it is a misstatement? Because purchases are incompletely recorded. I believe this example must be clear to you. Now, second is validity. Let us take an example for validity also. The inventory of finished goods was valued on LIFO basis. But you need to remember, as per accounting standard 2, LIFO method is not permitted. I believe you must be knowing what is LIFO. LIFO stands for last in first out method. LIFO method is not permitted. Now, because this is nothing but misstatement. Misstatement as to validity. Why? Because the accounting standards are not followed. Which accounting standard? That is AS2. Accounting standard is not followed, that is AS2. So I believe you must have understood validity. So what is validity primarily? Validity means recording the transactions as per applicable accounting standards and as per applicable law. Completeness means ensuring that all the transactions which should had been recorded in the books of accounts are actually being recorded in the books of accounts. If I take one more example, this is first example is of accounting standard. Let us take one more example of applicable law. The GST was computed by applying wrong rate. So rate was 18%, but it was computed by applying rate of, say, 9%. This is nothing but contravention of GST law, which is again nothing but invalid recording of GST liability. So I believe you must have understood what is the concept of validity. Let us understand what is accuracy. Let us take an example. Accuracy means mathematically correct amounts are recorded. So what happened? The depreciation was computed at an amount of rupees, say 2,500, but in the books of accounts it was recorded at rupees 5,200. So this is nothing but accuracy. So you computed depreciation at a certain amount, but it was recorded at different amount. So this is nothing but accuracy. And this is nothing new. Whatever you have seen here, completeness, validity, and accuracy, this you already know. Only thing is, these three words are technical words which are used in auditing. And when you see your BCom syllabus or maybe class 12 syllabus, you call them as trial balance errors. When we say completeness, validity, accuracy, there could be errors of omission, and this is nothing but completeness. Sorry for the spelling mistakes. When you say errors of principles, it is called validity, and when you call errors of commission, it will travel into the concept of accuracy. This is nothing new. Only thing is the way terms are used in case of auditing, they are a bit technical, and that's why things seem new. Otherwise, the concepts are still the same. I believe you must have understood the categories of misstatements and why we studied misstatements, because misstatements also may result in non-reflection of true and fair view about the financial statements. Having said that, if I move to the next category of discussion, how audit benefits. So audit can benefit various stakeholders. Like for example, it is useful in safeguarding the interest of shareholders. Let us see one by one. It is useful in safeguarding the interest of shareholders. For example, proper usage of money raised from shareholders, dividend payments, etc. It facilitates settlement of labor disputes, trade disputes, etc. For example, bonus payments, settlement of insurance claims, etc. It helps government in assessment and settlement of taxation matters. For example, audit under income tax law, GST law, etc. It keeps a moral check on employees. For example, they would be reluctant to do malpractices due to possibility of being caught by the auditor. It also helps in checking abnormal wastages and losses. For example, checking excessive pricing of products by the entity, etc. Now, you may be wondering, if auditor does these kind of things as BCom candidates or maybe the CA candidates or CS candidates, why we are supposed to read and understand various subjects. Like in colleges, you must be learning mathematics, you must be learning statistics, you must be learning economics, you must be learning IT, and so on. Why you have to read so many subjects? Why you have to read so many subjects? You have to read so many subjects because in a given set of financial statements, each and every subject is applicable. Just to give you the idea, you need to learn accounting. You need to learn accounting. Why? To ensure compliance with financial reporting framework. Only when you would be having knowledge of accounting, only then you would be having the knowledge of financial reporting framework, that is accounting standards. So accounting subjects teaches you accounting standards. You have to understand law. Why you have to understand law? Because only when you will understand law subject, you will be able to ensure compliance with applicable legal requirements. For example, in my case, compliance of GST law. You would be able to understand GST law only when you have studied the law with respect to GST. Economics. You have to study economy. Why? To understand the market conditions impacting the client, such as auto sector economy is different from healthcare economy. How this economy is helpful? You know very well. Let us take an example. The inventory is valued at the lower of cost or NRV. NRV stands for net realizable value. What is net realizable value? Net realizable value is the estimated selling price. Now, you would be able to estimate the selling price only when you understand economic conditions. Like pandemic took place. During the course of pandemic, the selling prices are declining. You would not be able to understand the reasons for decline in selling price unless and until you would be able to understand the concept of demand and supply. And that is why in colleges, in schools, and in even CA courses or professional courses, the subject of economy is being kept always. Mathematics and statistics. You need to understand the subject also to ensure proper calculations and analysis in financial statements. Without understanding mathematics and statistics, you would not be able to compute depreciation. You would not be able to compute current ratio. You would not be able to compute GP ratio, NP ratio, etc. You are also taught behavioral science. Why you need to learn behavioral science? So that you can deal with the staff of the client. See, please understand, each human being is having a different set of culture, is having a different sense of wisdom. So 2 persons, 3 persons, 4 persons, when they work in team, certain cultural differences, certain behavioral differences are bound to occur. In that very sense, how to deal with that behavioral difference, you have to learn behavioral science. For example, the language barriers are planted in India, the cultural barriers are planted in India. So much of diversification is there. Now to bring that diversification in one unification in a team, how you will ensure that? Only when you would be able to understand behavioral science. That is why this subject is also kept as one of the learning motto. Information technology, it is indispensable nowadays. Everything today functions in IT environment. Like Sarvajit was also saying, blockchain technology and some big words he was saying, even I don't know. But yes, if I don't know, that means that is my deficiency. I must learn information technology. And that is what you have to audit in IT environment as well. Financial management. Now you need to understand financial management. Why? To understand the feasibility of the project, like capital budgeting. If you remember, I have shown you one of the news that the auditors of SpiceJet have cast a doubt on going concern ability of SpiceJet. That means auditors were having the doubt whether SpiceJet will be able to continue its business in future or not. How they would be able to make this assessment? They would be able to make this assessment when they would be able to understand financial management techniques. And that is why you people learn financial management in your colleges. In financial management, you learn what is payback period, what is capital budgeting, make or buy decision, purchase or lease decision, and so on. So all these subjects are taught in the schools, in colleges, and even in professional courses with one motto, so that if you are trying to becoming an auditor, you must have the knowledge of all such subjects which can impact your audit function. Having said that, if I move to the next category of my discussion, a big question may arise: how to conduct audit? What are the various steps? What are the various steps that are involved in auditing? You would be glad to see these steps. These steps are so loving in nature. These steps are so loving in nature and so appealing in nature also, that you would be glad to become an auditor. These steps are nothing but are contained in the expression "I love you." Just see the beauty of this expression "I love you." Audit will be a lovable subject. I means intention of management. The very first step of auditing is to obtain offer letter from the management, whereby management will be requesting you that we have the intention that you should carry out our audit. So that is the first step, intention of the management. Now here management could be the management of the company or maybe the government enterprise. Second is letter of engagement. Now what is letter of engagement? It is a contract between the management and the auditor, that these are the terms and conditions on the basis of which you have to carry out the audit. Then is O, objective and scope of audit. It means that you will define what you have to audit and why you have to audit. So defining what you have to audit and why you have to audit is objective and scope of audit. Once first three steps are inculcated, the next step is V, vouching and verification. That means you will vouch and verify, you will examine, you will check each and every item of financial statements to ascertain whether things are true and fair or not. Then is E, evaluation evidence, and you will do vouching verification. At the time of vouching verification, you will be gathering some evidence to ensure that things are bad or good. So whatever proof, whatever evidences you are gathering to ensure that things are good or things are bad, that is nothing but evaluation of evidence. And lastly, you will issue your report. Generally, report could be unqualified report. Unqualified report means you will report that everything is true and fair, but sometimes the report may not be even true and fair. In such a case, when report is not true and fair, you will issue qualified report, adverse report, a disclaimer report, as the case may be. I will not go into details of this kind of reporting because it will take another lecture for that purpose. But yes, more or less, the theme is clear that U stands for unqualified opinion. Otherwise, it could be even qualified report or qualified opinion, adverse report or adverse opinion, or disclaimer report or disclaimer opinion. Prima facie, I love you is not meant even for normal world. It is meant for audit also, which comprises of various steps of audit. Now let me come to the last leg of my discussion with the theme of this topic. So we have BSF, Border Security Force. You are graduate today. You could be an auditor tomorrow. And hence it could be yours topic of the day: graduation to auditor's audition, the economy's security force. So we also need you. We also need you, the ESF, economy's security force. So this is it from my side. Should you have any queries, you are most welcome. I am stopping my screen share. I would wait for your queries and I will be glad to answer your queries for sure. So any queries, ma'am?
Kirtana, Rohit, have you got any queries in YouTube live chat?
Yes, ma'am. One
Is
minute,
gonna
ma'am.
proceed?
1 minute.
Sir, good morning, sir. So first of all, thank you for your wonderful session,
sir. Your voice is very dim. Can you bit louder, please?
Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yeah, very much perfect now.
Sir, thank you for your wonderful session, sir. It was very interactive. And we have some more questions, sir. So can I ask, sir?
Yeah, please go ahead, sir.
So what is your opinion about setting up another body? That is, we got some news now, sir, yesterday. What is your opinion?
I'm very positive about it. I'm not taking it as a negative news. Absolutely, I'm not taking it as negative news. Let us see this news in a different way. Let us see this news in a different way.
Yes, sir.
Today we have ICAI. let us assume the students who will be taking admissions in IIA in future, if it happens, it means that those students will not go to ICI but will go to some other institution. Now take it this way, had these new institutions, IIAs, not been there, they will have taken admissions in ICI. Ultimately, the thing changing is, earlier the supply side was from ICI only. Now the supply side will be from various institutions. So what people want, whether we should not have more accountants, or what people are worried that if more accountants will come, their competition will be increased. So I will not take this news as a negative news, and we need to also understand that in India we do have approximately 10 lakh companies. Please understand, in India we do have approximately 10 lakh companies, and Rajesh ji will be vouching my words. As on date, approximately we have 3 lakh chartered accountants. Don't you think that 3 lakh chartered accountants are almost negligible before the sun of 10 lakh companies? How you bridge this gap? And mind you, dear friend, I am saying only the companies. What about other entities like trust, societies? So the supply side of chartered accountants, or I should say skilled accounting force, is almost negligible. And if you see this 3 lakh chartered accountants approximately, do you think that all the 3 lakh chartered accountants are working in India? Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, if my memory serves me right, is having around 33 chapters across the globe. US, UK, Middle East. If you go to Middle East, we have a second Tamil Nadu over there. Go to Singapore, again we have one more Tamil Nadu in Singapore. Go to Canada, we have second Amritsar there. So many chartered accountants are working across the globe. That means supply side in India is getting weak. I don't know, US is not bothered if they have several CPAs. I don't know, Nepal is not bothered if they have several chartered accountants. Why we professionals are bothered? Are we doubting on ICAI, or are we doubting on our abilities to compete? I would go with the second parameter. Perhaps we are doubting our abilities to compete. I believe I made a statement, balanced statement I will not make because it is still in the news. Let us wait what will happen. But please understand, no step will become a bad step unless you are unwilling to take challenges. I believe, Rajesh, I made a point over here, and you must be vouching these words. The supply side is so weak. And when I say, dear friend, supply side, now ask yourself a question. In the whole chunk of chartered accountants, how many of the chartered accountants are having requisite skills? So we need to make a distinction between mark sheet and the skills also. That is the case. So wait and watch. Don't be bothered about these kind of news. These will come, these will go. Only thing is you need to challenge yourself for the economy. Yes, any other question? Rajesh is smiling because he is having internal information.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. And we have one more question, sir.
Yeah, please go ahead.
In your opinion, is audit as of today an effective check or control measure, or has it become inefficient over time? If so, what do you suggest should be amended to increase the effectiveness of audit, sir?
See, I would say audit never was ineffective. Audit never was poor. It was the auditor or a particular auditor who had been ineffective or who had been poor. Why I'm saying so? Had the audit been ineffective, frauds like Satyam, frauds like ABG Shipyard could not have been brought to the notice of general public. It is only because of handful of people who might be unethical that things are blown up in the air. So I will never ever say that audit is ineffective. Rather, it is the person, that is the auditor, who was ineffective. And we need to separate the subject from the object called auditor. So if one auditor is tainted, you cannot say the whole fraternity of auditors is tainted, because again, one of the auditor to whom you are talking is a normal human being also. So behind the degree, so-called chartered accountant or so-called auditors, there lies a human being, and humans are the most susceptible people when it comes to ethical practices. So it is all about the auditors, not the audit.
Thank you, sir.
Let me ask you one question. For this very question, I would be glad to listen your views. When examination happens, one or two students are cheating in the examination. So whether examination system is bad or the student is bad. I think that coordinator also went off.
Sir, I think the mistake was with students, sir.
And
Not
that
with
is
the
same
system.
thing. So auditing system is different from what the auditors are. That is my humble submission, yes, but things will go like that only. Good morning,
you, sir.
Sriram sir.
Welcome, Sriram sir.
Hearty welcome to Sriram sir. Good morning, sir.
Hello, good morning to all. Thank you so much.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So any other question, Dr. Chitra? Or my interview and
Keep
examination is over?
Kirtana, is there any questions from your side?
No, ma'am. We are out of questions, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. But you didn't answer sir's question, right? Students didn't answer sir's question. Whether examination system is having the trouble or students are the...
When I asked this question, the person who was asking me the question, he switched off the camera itself.
Yes.
Thank you, sir, for sharing various news feeds on audit, fraud, and for explaining us the various components of auditing. And thanks, sir, you made the entire session very enjoyable and made us understand that auditing can also be fun. And I kindly request everybody to turn on their cameras, whoever's on the meet, for a quick screenshot, if that's okay.
Rajesh is smiling with the word camera and screenshots. Rajesh ji is very photogenic person.
Sugna ma'am, Govind sir. Sugna ma'am. Ma'am, turn on the camera, ma'am. Govind sir. Sadanandan sir, Lata madam, Chelsea madam. Sir, this is my team, sir. Arun Prakash sir. So now when we have been meeting in this particular offline forum, it will be very, very pleasure to have our interaction and all. But since we are in the online through camera only, we can have the interaction session. So myself, Dr. B. Chitra, heading the department, sir. And in our department, Dr. G. Sugunavali, she's been the senior most faculty. Suguna ma'am, will you turn on your camera, ma'am? I think she's having some technical issues. Lata madam. Govind sir.
Yes, ma'am.
So she is Lata. Lata madam and Sugnavali madam have been the program coordinators. So Lata, not able to see you, ma. Turn on your camera.
1 minute.
So Rajesh ji, you understood auditing lecture?
Yes, very much.
Sir, I love auditing a lot, sir. Govind sir. When a Govind sir is visible, I'm not able to see Govind sir. Not able to see Sugna ma'am, Lata ma'am. Govind sir. Sadanandan sir. Arun Prakash, sir, she is Lata, Dr. K. Lata,
Hello,
senior most faculty, senior faculty in the department, sir. So Sugna madam and Lata madam have been the program coordinators, and Arun Prakash sir has turned on the camera. has been joining our department from February month onwards, but he's been having experience with PSG CAS right from 2018 onwards. And another faculty, Chelsea Joseph, then Govin sir, Sadanandan sir, they were not turning on their camera due to some technical glitches. So we 7 members have been working in the department of BCom PS. So the students coordinators have been Kirtana, Rohit, Gokul, Smita, then Gautam, Ritika, these were our office bearers. So with this particular team, along with Rajesh guidance, help, support, we have been made this event a success. So it's been my dream come true because of Rajesh sir. Thank you,
Good,
Rajesh
Rajesh
sir.
ji.
Thank you, Sriram sir, for accepting our invitation. Kamal sir, within with one phone call, you people have been accepted everything and you have been given the speech for our students. So we are really honored and we are very, very grateful to you, sir. Thank you. So it's my dream that you want to come to India, Sriram sir, and you have to give the session for our students. Kamal sir, you also have to visit PSG CAS and you have to give
100%.
your live session.
100%.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot, sir.
Definitely, the pleasure is always mine.
Thank you, sir. Suguna ma'am, Kirtana, can you able to see Suguna ma'am?
Ma'am, சொல்லுங்க video support.
No, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So she's not having that particular video support in her mobile, it seems, due to some glitches.
It's a wonderful
Can I take
team. It's a good team effort, and it's a
Yes,
wonderful
sir.
team.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
And,
Without these persons support,
These are the captains
nothing
of ESF.
a good
So
team
without
effort.
these
And,
members' support, nothing has been possible. So we have to come to the campus around 7 o'clock. So all of them, they have been sacrificing their personal life a lot during that particular time. So being the ladies, we have to get up early in the morning and we have to do all our household activities. Then we have to come to the department. Since we have been having until 12:30, all the meetings will be scheduled after that particular period. So without saying the time bound, they will be working. They will be
you are
giving their
waking up
full
at the
support.
midnight and coming.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Not only us, all our students also. Sir, he is Sadanandan, sir. He has been turned on the camera.
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
We should really, on behalf of the team of faculties and coordinators and student committee, I really thank the speakers of the day, having Sriram sir and Kamal Garji and Sarvijit. It's a wonderful, it's a good set of speakers today, because everyone are highly experienced and with huge knowledge and wisdom, and it's really a great benefit for the entire participants, because it's a great honor, sir, to have you all here. I really thank you, each and every one of you, on behalf of the team. As an I can take myself into the organizing team also, as part of organizing team. On behalf of the organizing team, I thank each and every one of you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Rajesh ji.
Thank you.
Rajesh, Mr. Rajesh, Dr. Chitra, and all the team, I would like to thank everyone first for inviting me, and I would just have to tell you a little apology, since I was not there from the beginning of the program. So it's because of the time zone here. So it's like 7 o'clock in the morning. So right now, so I was like trying to. I mean, I had a late office last night, and therefore, I made I couldn't join earlier. So my apologies for that. But I can see the grandness of the event, and hearty congratulations to the entire team. I'm sure this would not be possible without just one day of early waking and doing things. And I'm sure this is the outcome of a series of continuous efforts put over so many days and weeks, perhaps. That is how this has come up. So hearty congratulations to the team. And Kamal sir, Kamalji, I was able to just get a glimpse of what you were saying towards the end, and I surely missed the entire session. I'm sure there'll be a recording and I will look at it. Thanks for your wonderful knowledge which you've shared to all the students, and I'm sure it will go a long way for them to imbibe and take that inspiration to become healthy auditors in their career.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
In Kirtana, we can proceed.
Kirtana.
Yes, ma'am.
You can proceed, ma'am.
We can continue.
Yes. Focus first where you want to be and why, and then move to the right path to get there. The third session of today's program will be the role of auditors in fraud fighting by CA Sriram. I call upon Amol of third BCom PAA. He is cleared CA Executive, CA, CMA Intermediate, and first group of CA Inter. Amol with on stage.
Thank you, Ritu. A very good morning to one and all. Excellence is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, sincere effort, intelligent direction, skillful execution, and the vision to see obstacles as opportunities. I am honored and pleased to introduce one such eminent resource person who has excelled in various fields he has ventured into, C.A. Sriram. CA Sriram, BCom, FCA, CPA, CIA, CISA, CIDA, and FAFD ICAI has more than 27 years of experience in audit and assurance of multinationals spanning various geographies. His industry experience includes banking, investment, NBFC, trading, fintech, healthcare, construction, oil and gas, automobile, sports, etc. He is the vice chairman of ICAI Kuwait chapter and editor of its e-newsletter Jagruti. Currently, he is the audit partner and head of IFRS with RSM Kuwait. He was the audit director with Deloitte, audit senior with Arthur Anderson, and is an active participant of ICAI's academic initiatives. He has co-authored a guidance note for ICAI and is a visiting faculty for advanced accounting with a university in India. He is a corporate trainer and speaker on audit, finance, and accounting topics in various forums in India and abroad. We are thrilled to have you here, sir. Please share your words of wisdom with us.
Thank you so much for this very nice introduction. In fact, it is my very humble and honor to be here with amidst all of you. I always draw motivation and energy from the young budding, students, and that is where all my interactions and energy comes from. In case if I'm little down, I just go engage myself with the students, and today also I can see that this virtual room is packed with a lot of young energy, and this session therefore I'm sure is going to be a grand success with the help of all the participants. All right, without much ado, I think it's time. Let's jump right into the topic. I have a small presentation I have made, which I will share right away, and I'll take you through with that. There we go. I'm more of an MS Teams person, so Google is not my immediate daily use. So in case I am not really very good at that, please do keep guiding me. I hope you're able to see my screen, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, superb.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Excellent. So I'll start with a quick introduction. Now, what I want to ask is, let me just stop the presentation for the time being, because I want to interact. I'll stop sharing. I'll come back to the screen a little while. So since we are here, let me just ask a very quick question, and anybody could feel free to raise their hand, and we can then take it forward from there. I'm sure you have heard from the eminent speakers of the morning earlier today. So I just want to start with a very simple question. Are auditors responsible to find frauds? Okay, we talked about the design, and I'm sure we would have spoken about the various standards the auditors follow, right? But then are auditors responsible to find frauds? Any random answers? Okay, and the only way we can make it successful is feel free to ask any questions, and these questions, there are no questions branded as wrong questions or silly questions or anything like that. And language, no barrier. I speak Tamil, so in case if anybody wants to speak, I'm okay also to switch languages. but please go ahead and ask as many questions. So a very simple question here: are auditors responsible to find frauds?
They should, sir, but it's not a compulsion.
They should, but it's not a compulsion. Sounds like an optional menu, right? Right. So what other answers? That's a very interesting answer, by the way.
Yes, sir. As he's limited by certain difficulties.
What are the difficulties or the limitations? Okay, that we'll keep it for the next question. But let me just quickly get the thought process from everyone, wherever, who wants to answer. Today, if you look at it in any case, any fraud which has been unearthed, right from, let us say, the prominent Satyam and all the way down till today, the very first person who is pulled up by the collar is the auditor. The first question that comes up, oh, who is the auditor of that concern? Catch him, catch her. That is the whole, the first step that is being taken. So that is why this question is intriguing us, whether auditors ought to be held responsible, or are they responsible to find frauds? And once we clear this $1 million question right in the beginning, then it gets much easier for us to understand the rest of our session. Yes, come on, any answers? Okay, I'll go with the answer which is given by our friend, and that's definitely a great answer to start with. So auditors basically have certain constraints in terms of how they can unearth a fraud. Okay, why is that? The main reason is that the auditing procedures are not basically designed in a way to unearth or find fraud. There are various other procedures which are known as investigative, inspection. Okay, the one which you see in my one of the qualifications is FAFD, which is forensic audit and fraud finding. There are many other techniques and procedures which are focusedly aimed with an objective of finding a fraud. They are focused on certain techniques, certain procedures, which have to be applied with the view and objective to find fraud. So what is audit? Audit is not investigation, audit is not forensic audit, audit is not do anything with those different sets of focus procedures. You would have all read back in the very basics of auditing when we started studying. I'm 100% sure there is no textbook today which does not cover this particular phrase, which is the watchdog and the bloodhound analogy, right? So an auditor always is a watchdog. He or she does not go behind an objective to find a fraud. All that an auditor does is to make sure that, okay, whatever is presented, they give an assurance which is a reasonable assurance and not an absolute assurance. A reasonable assurance based on sample testing, based on materiality, and within the framework of the standards that the books are true and fair. Now there are two sets of opinion that can be given. I'm not going into high technical, but without going into technical language or any very high funda, simple. There is one set in the world of auditors where they say the books are true and fair, and another set in certain other countries in different framework where they say it is presented, there is no material misstatement. Okay, it is fairly, they simply say fairly stated in all material respects. So these are the two sets of opinion, but under any of these two opinion, you will find that the assurance level is only not absolute, but it is reasonable assurance. Okay, now does that mean, the next question that comes up is, does that mean, I've answered the question which I was going to ask, which is what are the limitations, right? The limitation is the auditing procedure itself, because as I said, they are not designed in a way to find fraud, because that's not the objective of audit. The objective of audit is never to find a fraud. Okay, therefore we move on to the next question. does that absolve an auditor completely? Where there is a fraud, you can say, oh, okay, fine. Poor guy, or poor lady, they were not able to find fraud because the auditing procedures were to be blamed. It's not the auditor. Okay. The answer for that is also no. Right. So you cannot absolve an auditor completely out of the fraud scenario. And that is why we are talking today, in this session. What is then the role of the auditor? Right? What should the auditor do in case where there is something, he's getting a smell, a stench, they say, right? He's getting a bad smell. So he has to go to the source and find out. You go into a place, you don't find any bad smell, everything is good, right? All good and good, no problem. You go into a place and where you basically start smelling something. Now, the standards basically, in a summary, say that when the auditor gets that bad smell, at that point of time, there are certain duties, additional duties given to this auditor to go to the source of that smell and find out why, where is that stink coming from. Now, if the auditor has failed to do that, having known that there is something, only then the auditor is hanged, right? Then auditor is questioned. Then the auditor is asked why, in spite of knowing all this, you did not do anything, right? So this is where the big difference lies, dear friends, where the role of auditor comes when it comes to basically doing an investigation or when it comes to a fraud scenario. There is a complete standard which I will discuss with you. Okay, the auditing standards. There is a set of auditing standards called International Standards on Auditing. Now, just like any other standard, there are different standards each country can follow for their particular set of auditors. Now, international standards are known as International Standards on Auditing. In India, we have something which is called as Standards on Auditing, SA we call it. Now, all the auditors are supposed to follow this particular set of standards while they do their audit. Now, if you go to other countries, there are other standards. Like if you go to USA, they have got something which is known as the US GAS. Okay, so they need to follow the US GAS, which basically tells them these are all the standards that they will have to follow as auditors in the US. So every regulation have given the auditors some set of what you call as the standards that they need to follow. But I'm going to talk today about ISA, which is international and which has been adapted and adopted, you could say in a way also in India, because they have just reflected para to para, everything comes from ISA. The only difference is that the I is removed and it's called SA in India, Standards on Auditing. Now, there is one particular standard on auditing which talks about the role of an auditor, okay, with relation to fraud, and I will take you through. Okay, so what, in summary, so far what I have told you is whether the auditor is responsible to find fraud. The question started with that. The answer is yes and no. Why no? Basically is because the auditing standards are basically not designed, and the objective of the auditor basically is not to find fraud. And why it is yes is because, yeah, I'm not come here to find a fraud, but yes, by the way, if I stumble upon something, I have a duty to report. And if I stumble upon something and still I keep quiet, then there is a negligence on my part, and therefore I will be held responsible. So this is where the exact position of the auditor lies. All right. So let me start with a few interesting aspects. Let me start with a few interesting statistics. So why we are discussing this topic as of now is basically the current relevance. We need the current generation to understand, or even not just the current generation, the entire public around the world. We need to be aware that the position of an auditor is quite precarious with regard to fraud. The auditor goes with a lot of limitations. The auditor goes with a lot of other different objectives to prove. Okay, and fraud is just, by the way, a byproduct for an audit. If the management, who is primarily responsible for, let us say, either committing or preventing fraud, now they are the ones who need to have sufficient controls in place, and in case if they doubt that there is a fraud, it is for them to bring who? An investigator, right? A forensic auditor to come and do a fraud vigilance. and they cannot simply rely on an auditor to go ahead and then find a fraud. Or at least at the most, at the minimum, when the management finds any indication of fraud, they are supposed to come and tell the auditor, hey boss, listen, I found something here. Okay, can you please help me to dig deep into it? Then the auditor applies the standard, because now the auditor has come to know there is something wrong, right? Somebody has told, okay, look at this, there is a bad smell there, please, there is a rotten egg, probably there's a fraud. So with all that, then auditor goes in order to investigate. All right, so now currently the instances of fraud are coming up everywhere. You see, I have got for you a list of major international corporate frauds, which basically has come from for the past 1 decade. I've tried, or rather 2 decades, right, from 2001 till 2020. If you look at it internationally, you name it, it has been there. It is from time immemorial, it is there. There is no doubt about it. And I have tried to put together some top 10 Indian corporate frauds also in the past, what has happened. As you see, only the crores and lakhs have been increasing day by day, right? From, let's say, you call the Bofors scandal or the Hawala 2G spectrum, all the way to the ILFS. And now, furthermore, even after 2019, we are hearing a lot of cases with this NSC, which is happening, the latest one, which is there in the picture. So a lot of these frauds are happening. And therefore, we need to understand the trends of the fraud. Currently, if you see 2021, I want to tell you a few interesting facts as to what are the recent trend of frauds. How do the fraudster basically, commit frauds nowadays? Where are they focusing? It's always good to think from the mindset of a fraudster if you want to be an auditor who wants to really catch frauds. So the first one, they as per a Forbes analysis, there are 5 types of top fraud which is now coming into play. The old ways of a thief, putting a mask, going into a bank, showing a gun, give me your money, that's all gone. That's traditional way of doing a fraud, or that is theft. Now currently the frauds are all happening in a highly sophisticated manner. Look at the first one, authorized push payments, they call it as APP, where today most of the transactions are monetary transactions are happening through internet, right? So when you transfer money from one place to another, a fraudster in the middle just tricks you to forward the money from your account to theirs. It could be by any means. You could get a call, you could get a fraudulent call, or you could get a fraudulent email where a fraudster basically gives you a very, very golden thing on your platter and saying that this is something you need to apply for, this is something you need to pay for. You pay, finished. That is something. There is the second thing is, again, all of this you will see that it's all now online frauds. Okay, now gone are the days where physically people do any fraud. Account takeover, it is nothing but an online theft. So criminals basically, they come and pose as if they are you, and they gain access to one or more of your accounts and then you. So I go to a bank and not physically, virtually, and I tell I am XYZ, and then I take over their identity, and whatever is available in the account or in any other of their accounts, it's just swindled. There is a third one, which is new account fraud, and this is completely, you will find that it's mind-boggling. Now the users create a new account. The criminals or fraudsters, they create a new account in your name completely using stolen credentials, right? So they might get an information from anywhere. Today in the internet, information is abound. You find it anywhere about anybody, you will be able to do it. If you thought about the Sherlock Holmes and then James Bonds of the past, they had to do a lot of struggle to find information about others. Today, all of us, any of us sitting at home, can become our own James Bonds, and we can become our own Sherlock Holmes. There are a lot of ways you can just find information about people. You don't have to go investigating much, right? Even right from let us say you paid through credit card and you have the credit card slip, the payment slip, you just throw it away. It has got multiple information about the card and your account information. You go to you board a flight and there is a boarding pass, and after that, what should you throw away? The boarding pass. The boarding pass has a lot of information about a particular person, about the identity and all that. So from anywhere, anybody can pick up an information about a person, and all you need to do is put them together as a jigsaw puzzle and create a new account. So it bypasses all the security, and you have a new loan created. So you would be happily, peacefully sleeping in your house, well, while someone else has taken a loan in your name. That's it. So the other guy has run away with a loan which you will have to repay. The fourth type is a transaction fraud. So which is quite simple, which is not very recent. I would say it has been there for a lot of time. So fraudsters, they just make purchases with stolen payment information, typically online, right? They go to the online e-commerce sites where you want to go and buy something, go type, use some other person's identity, and then take it. Okay, and this is mostly done through some a technique, what we call as a phishing attack. And they trick the customer into thinking that they are dealing with a real trusted company, and then they take the money. Synthetic identity fraud is something very cinematic, but we don't rule it out because it is still happening in many places, where criminal create an entirely new fictional person. Like you saw in the earlier one, account takeover, where criminal post, they get some credentials to open a new account, either in two or number third point which we discussed. The fraud basically takes your information and creates a new account in your name. But the fifth point we're talking about is the fraudster completely creates a new individual and fictitious person and do transaction in the name of that person, right? So they use a blend of information given personally from someone. You know, they have my date of birth and they have a proof for that. They have the location address information of someone else and they have a proof for that. So they just put all of them together and then create a new person, and that's it. And in the name of the new person, they apply. See, these are all possible only because there is an online, what do you call, all the transactions have become online nowadays, and it is very easy to just bypass. You don't see a person face to face. You know, right now, if I told you that, you know, in my place there is a image sitting and just talking, it's a recorded image, quite possible, right? I'm not there, I'm elsewhere, and still a possibility, right? In today's world. So that is how things happen. Quick statistics again. Why I'm talking about all these statistics is, as an auditor, we need to know the background of how the fraud happens and what are the various ways it can happen, or where are the various vulnerabilities it can happen. Only when you know that, then you can go apply the standard, which I'm going to talk about. Because simply knowing the standard, you know, it will become a form filling exercise. It is not an intellectual work. Always in audit, I tell my subordinates, and I tell my friends as well, when you do an audit, just don't do it like a form filling exercise. You know, there is a standard, there are templates available, and they are only tools for us to do an audit. An audit basically is done mostly by using our logic and mind. How many ever standards, let them come, how many ever forms, how many ever, you know, templates, they will never replace an intelligent auditor's, you know, judgment. Okay, an auditor has an instinct, and this is the instinct which basically drives everything. I'll give you a little example here. You know, let me just stop presenting for the time being, and because I need to discuss. So let me give you a few examples here how a very good instinct has really resulted in a lot of frauds getting caught. Okay, and that instinct is what is required for an auditor, which never comes through any textbook. It's an inborn talent, or it's a developed talent due to a passion and an interest, right? So if somebody has a natural what do you call, affinity to go and, you know, snoop, right? They want to just go around and find out what is here, what is there. You know, they have this natural inquisitiveness, right? I'll compare it to a new phone. Let us say you buy a new phone today. Today's generation will understand today's examples, right? Now, when you buy a new phone, what is it that you do immediately? What kind of a passion you have? You have some interest from suddenly, you know, coming from the sky. You've got some abundant interest now. You spend your time to find out, oh, what are the features? Let me go into that. Let me do this. Okay, what is this setting? Oh, this icon looks good. Let me click on it. Let me see what does it do. How much interest you've got? You got that, you know, entire passion, or what you call as the interest, to just go into the mobile, and immediately in next 1 hour you'll find out all the features of the mobile. You know, okay, this can do that. This is a camera. This is a radio. This is that. Everything, right? Where is that passion coming from? Where did you get that interest? What is getting you, you know, into that mode of just drop everything and get into your mobile? Now that is something similar what an auditor needs to have when the auditor gets into a situation where an auditor is given an audit. It's not just the auditor just looks, okay, this is the standard, give me the book, let me see. And in audit, mostly in our practical, when we look at it, there is a syndrome we have. Okay. This syndrome, we call it as Sally syndrome, SALY, Sally syndrome. Interesting, right? Now, what is this Sally syndrome? It's nothing but same as last year. Okay, Sally. What is same as last year? We just go, we ask, give me the last year's audit file, open it. Okay, the last year's auditor has done all these procedure. Let me also blindfoldedly do all that same thing. Sign, I've done my audit, finished, we come out. So basically what we're doing is just copying from last year. Now, this type of a copying of last year is the Sally syndrome. Every auditor has. It's not just, today, yesterday, all the times it has been there. Now, such auditors, Sally auditors, will never prove to be very good fraud finders. For a fraud finding, you need this passion, as I said, where you go in and start working out the way that I was telling you. Now, having said all that, I'll give you one or two very quick small examples, which I came across. We found a fraud in one of the companies. Obviously, for confidentiality's sake, I'll not mention the name of the company. I'll not talk about the name of persons and all that. But in general, it was a oil selling company on a wholesale, it manufactures and sales. And there are a lot of retailers who take and buy this also from them, in the sense they buy it in bulk, and all of them are petty shops who pay in cash and all that. Now, this accountant, what he did a scheme of fraud, which technically we call as teaming and ladding, which is an age-old way of doing fraud. What does a teaming and ladding do? I sell to 5 customers, A, B, C, D, E. A gives me cash, I pocket that cash. B gives me cash. What I do, I set it off as if I receive from A. In my accounting, I will account receive from A, whereas I receive from B. Why do I do that? Because in the system, A will start showing up as overdue. So my boss will come and ask me, my management will ask me, why A has not paid? It's an overdue payment. It's long due. Why didn't we collect it? All this question and investigation will come. So in order that I don't get into that mode, what I do, I receive cash from B. I'm sorry, I'm teaching you guys to do audit or do fraud. You have to know how to do fraud. Only then you'll be able to do an audit. So therefore, let's understand. So you get money from B, account it as if you receive from A. Get money from C, account it as if you receive from B. So what happens is at any point of time, I'll have some cash running in my hand, and also there will be no questioning from management for any long outstanding receivables, right? This technique is teaming and ladding. And this teaming and ladding is exactly what was going on, because there were a lot of cash payments received from petty shops and all that. So occasionally 1 or 2 people, they also pay in checks instead of cash. And that is where this particular fraud got really found out. And who found it? It was not the senior most auditor. It was not the partner of the firm. It was not the senior accountant or the management who was very experienced. It was an articled assistant who was the first year assistant. And he had this kind of a passion, which I told, and he found it out. How did he find? Very simple. He did not use any traditional audit method. He did not use any, what you call the forms, the ISA, SA, all nothing. He just used the logic. He looked at certain accounts of 2-3 customers, just 2-3 customers, wherein the account will show that they have received check from that customer. Now, all those 3 accounts he saw had check receipts, check receipts, check receipts. The check beginning number was the same here, same here, same here. When I say beginning number, a check normally has 4 digits, 5 digits, correct? The last digit, of course, will change. So the first few digits, 3 digits, were the same, and from the same bank, State Bank of India, let us say. So the guy thought, okay, how come 3 customers, State Bank could give the same checkbook to 3 customers? They give one checkbook to one person which has the same number. So how come a bank has given a checkbook to 3 customers, and that too, the same checkbook which is carrying the same beginning number? So that was thinking out of the box. So this article said something wrong. Now that is what I told, some bad smell. He brought it to the senior, he brought it back to the partner, and silently we formed a team of investigators, and we went there, and we found, yes, The guy was right. Not only the 3 accounts, there are like 4, 5 accounts. The same check serial of State Bank check is being received from the customer. We caught hold of the accountant. We asked him, boss, can you explain why this is happening? Obviously, we cannot blow the whistle right away. What will happen is, when there is a theft going on and the police comes all the way with all the alarm, bam, 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 what happens? The thief will run away. You cannot catch him. So you should be very careful in this. You don't sound the whistle. You tell him, boss, we have just come to do a normal audit. It's not an investigation or anything. We just want to find out what is what. We mixed it along with our normal audit procedure. That is where, I want you to understand one thing. A fraudster, how prepared a fraudster is, like 2-3 steps ahead of the auditor or the investigator, right? Now, in a normal scenario, we would have assumed, oh, okay, this fraudster would have got really, the accountant would have really got shaky, and he would have immediately said, oh, sorry, sir, I did this. No, he was very well prepared. He knew these questions will come. He knew how to answer these questions. What do you think, friends? He would have given me an answer when we asked him why the same check sequence is coming in 3 or 4 accounts. Any guess? Think from a fraudster angle. I hope I'm clear in my scenario, right? What I'm trying to tell you. Okay. This guy, he gave a beautiful answer, very convincing answer. He said, all the customers to whom I sell are all petty shops, small shops. And these 3 customers you have picked up wherein the same check sequence is appearing, they are all the 3 owned by the same owner, one single owner, and he has got 3 small shops. And these are the 3 small shops, and he's paying with his check to all the 3. So what's wrong? So you will receive the same person's check in 3 accounts, right? He said, come on, don't waste your time. Go ahead, do your next procedure. Now, in a normal circumstance, this would have been closed. Okay, we got the explanation from the accountant. We are happy. Okay, this is convincing. Close. Chapter close. This boy who's there, he was not convinced. I'm talking about this article assistant. He said, sir, not possible, sir. These 3 are different names. How can somebody can do? I mean, still. Then I asked him, what are you going to do next? He simply said, I want to go visit these 3 people physically, see whether they are of the same owners. Said, nothing wrong. Go ahead, do it. He went and saw these 3 people were completely different. Physically, they were not owned by a single owner and all that. Of course, then the histories, we came back and questioned and all that. And this guy went forward to agree. Oh, yeah, yes, this is a fraud scheme that he was doing. So all it needs in an auditor is to have this small passion, right? Now, at this juncture, to make it easy for all of us, I want to substitute this word passion, okay, or the interest with a technical term which is there in the standard, and this word is known as skepticism. Okay, skepticism. What is a skeptic? You'll find this across in the auditing standards, wherever, whichever book you open. When they talk about fraud, when they talk about this kind of procedures, they talk about something which they call it as the skepticism. A skepticism is nothing but a bent of mind, which is a healthy doubting mind. You should have a healthy doubting mind. Although the audit procedures are not driven towards finding fraud, but auditors are required to have this kind of a healthy doubting mind. Why it is called a healthy doubting mind? It is not just a doubt simply that you see something, you have a doubt on everything. No, it is not blindly doubting on everything. It's a healthy doubting mind, because a skepticism is nothing but when you see some incident, you should be able to immediately link it to some other wrong thing which could be possibly happening or which has a potential for a fraud. Now, that mindset is what is a primary requirement for an auditor. How do you get this? Do you go to the shop and buy it? Do you read a book and suddenly become skeptic? No. This is something, as I said, similar to your mobile phone. When you get a mobile phone, how is it suddenly that interest is pouring out? You are able to see and spend that time to find out everything about the new mobile. The same thing you have to apply in audit. Whenever you have a situation scenario, that inquisitiveness should come, right? Now, what is the motto of the CA Institute? All of us, we know, right? What is that motto? It ends with saying, Ya Supteshu Jagrati, means the guy who is the person who is awake amongst those who are asleep, right? Ya Supteshu Jagrati. So that is exactly what is required from an auditor in terms of a skepticism. Skepticism is a new word which has been designed now. We know about it from long term back when we said ya supteshu jagrati. So that is the primary most important requirement in an auditor in terms of a fraud finding. If that is there, everything else is resolved. All right, let me go back to my presentation. Let's see a bit more of interesting information. Okay, let's go to a few more statistics for us to understand. What are the types of fraud generally that happens? It starts from mostly bribery and corruption, right? That is the major lot of it. E-commerce, internet is 71, but this data I'm giving you is maybe a year old or maybe 1 or 2 years old. So now e-commerce, internet, cyber have surpassed every other type of fraud, and it is there on the top. Diversion, theft of funds, financial statement fraud, and this is what, money laundering. It goes all the way till the intellectual property frauds. Intellectual property frauds include plagiarism. Like you go to the internet and you copy a paragraph for completing one of your projects. You copy and put it. Dear friends, it's a fraud. Okay. So what are the most vulnerable sectors? Financial services is the top, where the banking and investment services, that is where the commodity is money, right? So obviously that remains top in terms of the most vulnerable sector. Information, entertainment, industrial market, real estate, telecom, all the way down, you got to the healthcare. The recent one is where the healthcare is picking up in a big way because of the pandemic. The healthcare frauds are becoming more and more. So 5% what you see over here in the last 2 years, it would have really moved up. I wouldn't be surprised if it has surpassed 10%. What are the most vulnerable processes in people? Procurement happens to be the top. This is all based on a research, by the way. Okay. So based on researchers conducted, they find that procurement, inventory, sales and distribution are top areas or processes where there is very high vulnerability of fraud. So if you don't put people with integrity into those areas, there's a high possibility that there is a fraud. And among people, who are the ones? Vendors and agents are the people who are most vulnerable to defraud. Okay, they are not the ones who will get defrauded, but they are the frauds, basically vulnerable fraud. Senior management, we'll come and we'll discuss a little bit about the senior management committing frauds. Then non-managerial employees, which are, those are the guys who basically are most vulnerable in terms of people. And from the survey, we also can see that what are the methods which find fraud. You will find that 9% only is coming from external audit. Means what? Who's finding the fraud? Who basically finds the fraud? There is a whistleblower mechanism. I'll tell you what is a whistleblower mechanism. It is nothing but every corporate, it has got a system wherein any employee or any customer, anybody who finds some fraud within the organization, who has some indication, inclination, they can basically report it. And they can report it anonymously without being scared of getting caught. Like I am reporting to a boss. I know the boss is doing a fraud. Now silently I can go and through the whistleblower mechanism, I can pass information to the management saying, look, my boss is doing fraud, right? And therefore this and I can still do it anonymously without being scared of being exposed. My boss will not know I'm doing it. Now these kind of whistleblower mechanisms are the highest or the top in the list, which have helped to find fraud. Internal audit is next, corporate security, and you can see. And you can still see that there is a 9%, which is by accident, without nobody intentionally did anything, but by accident, they found that there is a fraud. So these are the various ways frauds basically get detected. Okay, what is the definition of a fraud? Right? If you get into the definition, it is basically a deliberate misrepresentation through intentional misstatement or omission to deceive the users of financial. So you need to have a certain things over here which are abstract, which we cannot find until you finish your procedures. Deliberate, intentional, and the objective to deceive, right? And a fraud is generally the means rather than the end itself. The fraud is not something which happens suddenly one day. A fraud is something which is happening over a period of time with an end objective of, let us say, earning some money or looting some of the assets. So This fraud definition itself highlights the deficiency of audit procedure, as I started off with, right? In a normal scenario, an audit procedure, when it finds an error, it is an error. Okay, the big difference, or rather very thin line of difference between an error and a fraud is only that intention, which you see in the definition here, and you have something called a deliberate misrepresentation. How can you prove deliberate? How can you prove intentional? You can prove it using forensic procedures. But an audit procedure, an error is an error, right? You cannot go X-ray a mind and find out whether it was intentional, deliberate. No. So therefore, I say there is a shortcoming of audit procedures. And when I say shortcoming, not in the negative sense, because the audits is designed that way. An audit has been designed in a way not to find frauds primarily, but they are to primarily do their assurance or attest function. So the deliberate and intentional and all these things will not come out from an audit. Therefore, these are the only thin line of difference between an error and a financial statement fraud. If you pick up any book on fraud, and this has been taken from the CFE book, the Certified Fraud Examiners, textbook, and they give you a complete listing of what types of frauds are available. Financial, and these are only financial statement frauds. Okay, just for information, I've put it. By the way, I'll share this presentation with all of us, who are attending here, and I'll request Dr. Chitra or CA Rajesh to sort of take this, and maybe they can share it in some way with all the participants here. So don't feel if there is any slide where you need to really take a lot of notes, you will get this entire presentation. So don't worry about it. Coming to the types of fraud, broadly, financial statements you can call corruption, asset misappropriation, and fraudulent. And all the way down, it goes from stealing of assets and to even bid rigging. What is a bid rigging? In a process where you have to call for bids. You participate by telling information to some people that, okay, this other bidder has basically, given this price. So you can basically get the person to give a bid which is lower than the highest bidder, the lowest bidder, and then win this. So this is a bid rigging. So like that, you find everything, improper valuation, disclosures. And when it comes to asset misappropriation, from here, these are all the various type of asset misappropriation, right from cash to inventory to all other assets, how it happens. So these are all broadly types of financial statement frauds that can happen. And when it comes to financial statements, generally there are 5 types of classifications, you could say. One is a fictitious revenue, means you didn't earn the revenue, but just to show a sort of a rosy picture, you showed some revenue which is fictitious. Timing difference, I received some money, it's an advance. Okay, it's a revenue for next year, timing wise, not the current year revenue. But in order to defraud that advance money, I show it like revenue for current year, right? So that is a timing difference classification. Improper asset valuation, I have got an asset, an investment, which is basically a write-off. But I use certain valuation techniques and use some sort of an inputs in order to show a very high valuation for that particular asset. Could be an investment, value of a land or a property, whatever. Now that is an improper asset valuation and thereby committing a fraud, a financial statement fraud. Concealed liabilities and expenses. I have certain liability, and most vulnerable is the contingent liability, right? The very, very famous Enron case where the whole Anderson collapsed is because there were a lot of contingent liabilities which were not disclosed in the financial, and all of a sudden one day those contingent liabilities became real liabilities, right? That's when it came to light. Oh, okay, a lot of contingent liabilities have not been disclosed. Then obviously improper disclosure. There is a case log, there's a legal case going on against a company. The standards require you need to give a proper disclosure. Where you fail to give it, it's an improper. All these, but generally, in reality, it's a mix of all this. We cannot say that if a fraud scheme happened because there was only timing or something. Generally, you will find in financial statements a mix of these 5 which will come. Okay, I think we will not have time to fully run through myths. So what I'm going to do is directly talk about this very famous fraud triangle. In order for a fraud to happen, there are 3 things which are very important, which is called as famously the fraud triangle. Number 1, there should be an opportunity. What is an opportunity? An opportunity is nothing but a weak internal control, a complacent auditor, right? A weak internal control or a complacent auditor is something even I would explain. Most of the clients or the most of the companies know the procedures which an auditor does. An auditor is also sometimes changes his job and joins the industry. So the guy knows or the girl knows completely what are all the procedures. The auditor will come, he will take the top 10 items, he will check, and then he will give a report. So as a fraud, what I need to do is simply make sure that I don't do fraud in any of those top 10 items. I will do only whatever fraud I want to do, I will do in the last 10 items or the last 20 items. Right? I know what the auditor will do. So now in such cases, the auditor needs to really think, and then he should bring in some sort of a surprise in his audit procedure. All of a sudden he'll say, okay, top 10 items, okay, but I also want to take some sample randomly from the remaining and just to check randomly, So surprise checks. Now he knows very well, the client knows, the auditor will come on the last day, 31st December, and he'll count the cash, how much is in my hand, and then tally with the books. So rest of the year, I'm free to do whatever I want. But on 31st of December or 31st of March, when the closing happens, I want to make sure it tallies. Now, how do you counter that? Go do a surprise verification. Okay, all of a sudden you go land up in the office, boss, I want to see your cash position today, right? So do these surprise procedures, which basically will seal a lot of opportunity in a fraud triangle. By the way, in a fraud triangle, you need all these three in order for a fraud to happen. Even if one is missing, it is very difficult to commit fraud. Okay. So second one is a pressure or motivation. Means what? In most cases in an audit, we come across companies where they have linked their bonus of the employee to some very rosy financial statement achievement. If the company shows so much of profit, then they'll have this bonus. If the share price goes up, then they will get this kind of an incentive. So when the management's incentives and bonuses are all straight away linked to some financial statement performance, and these are the only people who are doing the accounting, for sure there is a possibility, right, that these people are trying to show some rosy picture in order to earn that bonus or incentive, isn't it? So in such cases, wherever we find that there is a bonus linked directly to the financial statement numbers, we take that area as a fraud area in an audit. So I'm speaking, as you would have realized, as and when I'm talking about areas or I'm talking about certain topics, I'm linking it to what an auditor should react or what an auditor should do in such circumstances. All right. In order that in the fraud triangle, the first one, which is opportunity, the opportunity, in order to seal that you don't have it, have a lot of surprise audit procedures. Pressure or motivation, whenever you find that there are certain numbers linked, as an example, I'm saying numbers linked to the bonuses, those numbers, you put oil in your eyes and then go drill deep and then check them. You don't leave them like any other areas. Okay, so this you'll have to give some special attention and focus to in your audit procedures. Third, rationalization. So friends, this one you cannot do anything about it, but as long as you're taking care of 1 and 2, the third one, even if it is there, it will not result in a fraud. And at the same time, the converse is also true. The sense, in any company, if there is an opportunity, if there is a pressure, but without rationalization, and fraud cannot happen. What is this? I'll give you an example. We are driving on the road. Okay, I always give this example. I mean, it's easy for us to relate. And there is a traffic light, right? And it is showing red. We don't really stop because we are in a hurry and we cross the red line and go. Now, if I ask people whether it is wrong, again, here I'm not able to see the faces, so allow me to stop sharing for the time being and talk. So if I go and ask, is it wrong? Have we committed something wrong? I'm sure all of us, 100% will say, yes, it is wrong. When the traffic light shows red, I'm supposed to stop. Rather, if it shows even the amber, which is the yellow, I need to stop, or the orange. Why should I cross? Now imagine a situation. Of course, there are many of us, when I am driving, for example, on the road, I'm riding a bike, and if there is a police standing, some people will say it depends. The answer is not yes or no. If there is a police standing there, I will stop. If there is no police, I will go. The answer is not as easy as yes or no. It depends on the, whether the police is standing or not. Now, if I add a little more facts to it. Now the road which I'm driving on is a completely empty road, no traffic. I just come to the red light, and in the red light I see on the four sides also nobody is coming. There is none available. There is no way anybody is there even till the eyesight can reach. So what is wrong? I just cross the road. I cross the red signal. Yes, it is wrong, but my rationalization is, so what? What is wrong? I did not do anything wrong in that. I did not hit anybody. Nobody died. Nobody even was there in that place. I did not basically, even fall. I myself did not fall down. I did not get injured. It did not result in harm to anybody. What is wrong? So it was really not a wrong thing to do. It's okay to do. And this happens more, you will know, in traffic situations in the midnights. Very late in the night when there is nobody in the road, not a single person or a single animal in sight, not a single vehicle in sight. When the red, chalo, let's cross it here. Isme kya hai? What is there? It is not a big deal. I'm not hurting anybody. I'm not doing. So this rationalization is very, very, very important for a fraud to happen. Okay. Now, how does this happen in fraud situation, financial statement fraud? Now there is an employee. He says, "Oh, look at this. My managing director. He or she, they themselves are defrauding. They are themselves taking money. So if they are taking crores, what is wrong in me taking lakhs?" And my subordinate will think, okay, look at this guy, he is taking lakh. What is wrong? I can do something in thousands, if not in lakhs, right? So this is something we tell ourselves that, yes, yeah, it is okay to do it. Nothing wrong. I'm not trying, I'm not killing anybody. It's not a big deal, right? So that is the rationalization in any fraud situation. Another kind of rationalization could be that what I'm doing is good for the company. I'm showing some additional figures in the balance sheet, in the P&L, I'm showing fictitious revenue, all that. Why? Because the company's share value is going up. I'm doing good for the shareholders. So we put so many sort of good things and tag them as I'm doing a fraud because of, bloody, I am a fraudster and I'm putting an angel hat and I'm saying I'm actually doing all this because I am basically doing good for the company. So these rationalizations basically are finally ending up. So may I know how much more time I've got just for me to plan the rest of the session? And I don't want to lose track of time. Anybody?
So till 11:10, sir. We are planned for 11:10.
Okay, so can you tell me number of minutes remaining?
So hardly 15 minutes,
It is 8:30
sir.
here. Another 15 minutes. Okay.
Yes, 15 more minutes.
All right, excellent. 15 more minutes. So that's good. That's good. So as I said, the rationalization forms a very important, and this rationalization comes in various shapes and sizes and reasoning to say, oh, I'm doing this because I'm doing good for the company. Now, if this is something we need to understand, and where there is an auditor, the auditor needs to find any of these three components present, finished. The auditor should immediately have the sense that, okay, there is something which is potentially that could be wrong. Okay, it doesn't mean just because all of this is there, oh, okay, there is some, no, not that way. Potentially something can go wrong. Okay, now of course all of us know the intentions, as we spoke about the pressure and motivation. Where does it come from? It is because to encourage the sale of a stock, or show a better EPS and PAT, all that. So I think I will go further from here, but there is one interesting thing that we can notice. I told you about one fraud case as an example, and in that case we could actually see that the living style of the person doing the fraud had actually improved over very short period of time. The first year or a beginning of the year, we went, this guy who came by a scooty or a scooter, towards, let us say, less than a year after, he was driving a very expensive car, which probably he will not be able to afford at his earning levels. Okay, so it could be possible the person could have had other businesses, but the person with that salary could not have afforded a car over a period of 1 year with that living sense. So generally a behavioral red flag is something which an auditor should also be noticing, like somebody living beyond means, or somebody having sudden financial difficulties, and something like an unusually close relationship. This we have seen in real cases where in the banks you will see there are certain clerks who are like extremely friendly with all the customers. and to the level that the customers would even trust the person and give the money to them and tell them, okay, you go, please put this money in my bank account, and here is the money, and here is a slip, sign, give it, and all that. And we have also seen in many such cases, the person has been defrauding some money. For example, I take 100 rupees, 1 rupee I pocketed per customer. The customer won't know. It's not a big money for the person. Okay, they will not go investigating behind it. But this 1 rupee, across some thousands of customers who have trusted me, will be a big money for myself, right? So unusually close association with any vendor or customer is a behavioral red flag. And similarly, excessive control issues, like wherever you go, there is a control issue. Here there is a control weakness. Okay, you try and put it. Why there is, you find another place there is also control weakness. Something which is not tallying at all, every time manually it is to be tallied. So you have got more than one, because see, for a fraud to happen, it has to be a combination of control failures. It's just one control failure does not lead to a fraud. It may lead to an error, but a combination of 2-3 control failures ultimately result in a fraud. So when there is a control issue and more than one, then it's a behavioral red flag. Whether we know it or not, in any audit scenario, you will get early warning bells, right? For example, you will come across, I'll try and see if there's a time. I'll tell you, there are even in the fraudulent, in forensic accounting, we are even taught how to find out whether a person is telling truth or the person is trying to lie. So for example, when you go and talk to some person, the person will be always speaking of his own honesty, loyalty, faithfulness. They will be, I'm the best guy in this. I have been in this company for such a long time. I have been sort of instrumental in doing this particular thing, all that, and I am the most trustworthy. The owner trusts me with so many things. You come across, I mean, it's not a rule that everybody who speaks like that is a fraud, but the converse is, if you find somebody saying that, probably there is something that you need to see as a behavioral trait of a fraud. Similarly, spending habits not commensurate, extreme arrogance or meekness, sometimes extreme, right? So somebody is very arrogant, no, I'll not give you any data. Or meekness, so okay, you want to take, you don't want, I'll give you every data, you take it. Both extremes, be careful. Then in the routine work, there is a delay. It's simple that one mail has to be sent, but you'll have to do 100 follow-ups even for getting one single email from the person. Then there is an abnormal sloth, is what we call in the routine work, right? So these are like a few early warning bells, which are, right, red signals or red flags. Now, one interesting matter I want to tell you is, just like red flag, in a fraud scenario, we also look at green flags. What is a green flag? A green flag is something which is too good to be true, right? If there is a cash accounting, there has to be a difference, right? And and this difference will be always reconciled. If there is a bank account, you need to have a bank reconciliation statement, right? Which basically tallies, or which basically reconciles your book to the bank balance. Now, imagine you come across a situation where a cash accountant has never faced any cash difference throughout, let us say, so many years. This is too good to be true, and we call it as a green flag. Like in the case of the oil trader, which I was just mentioning, where we found a fraud, what was the green flag in that? The green flag was, for a prolonged period, there was no bad debts write-off. There was no long outstanding receivable, which is not possible. When you have a business running for a long time, you have to have some bad debts, natural. You have to have certain long outstanding receivables. People don't pay up in time. You cannot have a situation where everything is hunky-dory, where there is completely everybody is paying in time and there are no write-offs. No, that's a green flag. So you also have to be very aware or wary about some green flags, like one-way error, where always a storekeeper is showing inventory which is always excess only. There is no shortage, right? How can there be excess? So therefore there is something wrong. Similarly, a sloppy accountant suddenly becomes very responsible. As we said, the accountant cannot send a mail for days together. All of a sudden, all the long outstanding receivables have been collected, all the reconciliation is done, all right? So all this is happening, then there is a sudden change happening. You need to be careful. These are green flags. Accountant pays from his own pocket. This sometimes, if you remember, I mean, if I can remember, some accountant, when we go and say there's a shortage in cash, okay, We find that there's 100 rupees, 1000 rupees short in the cash. The accountant immediately volunteers, okay, only 100 I will put from my pocket, and now it will tally. Now that is a very, very, dangerous situation. You see, why does an employee have to, put his or her cash to, make the accounts tally, which means the accountant is basically commingling his or her own cash with office cash. It's a clear indication, right? So if the accountant had said, okay, I will reconcile, what is the difference, and I'll come back to you, would have been a better response than saying just, okay, take this money from my pocket and now it will tally. So these kind of situations is a green flag situation, some over volunteering, accountant. Extreme behavior of being very obedient or friendly, compliant. And of course, the last point, no significant overdues, we already covered. So we have got early warning bells in the IT environment as well. Okay, this is a profile of fraudster. What I'm trying to do is how to detect lies. I'll come back, but I want to mainly cover this. Now, having spoken about all this, it is now quite easy now for me to get into the standard. Now, ultimately, a standard tells what? It only tries to put some sort of a system into the actual thought process, what we need to have, right? A standard should not be a starting point for anybody to start working. An auditor should have all this skepticism and all that, whatever I told you, right? The surprise procedure and everything. And what you will find in a standard ultimately is the same thing, which has been explained in a more systematic manner. So the responsibility for fraud prevention, we should all understand, always lies with the management. It's not with the auditor. Okay, the auditor comes into the picture only after the management has put all the controls. Imagine a situation where there is no audit required at all for a company. Okay, does that mean that all the companies will basically be, be very good companies, or the other way, or the other end, which are fraudulent companies? No. Just because an auditor is not there, you cannot say therefore all frauds will happen in all the companies. No, right? It is the converse I'm saying. Since we are talking about whether auditor is held responsible for finding fraud, let us for a time being assume that a company is not required to do an audit. There is no auditor for the company. Would that automatically mean that this company is having a lot of frauds? Right? Cannot be, right? It's not a right deduction. So therefore, the primary responsibility for a company to run without any frauds lies with the management of the company. So they should place emphasis on the fraud prevention, fraud deterrence, and all these policies, procedures, controls have to be placed by the management. The auditor comes only to check, verify, audit, and attest whether there is those controls are working properly or not. So ISA 240, and which is equivalent of that in India, is the SA 240. SA 240, it talks about auditors' responsibility relating to fraud in the audit of financial statements. Now, as per the standard, whether you find any other area or not, there are two areas which basically are very important, and they want you to consider that as a presumed fraud risk. Presumed fraud risk. What is that? One is revenue, and next is management override of controls. Now, if you remember in one of the earlier slides, I talked about a senior management performing or conducting or doing a fraud, perpetrating a fraud. Now, the senior management frauds generally will fall under this category of management override of controls. Revenue, management override are two presumed fraud areas. The standard says you have to presume that these are fraud area, and you should apply procedures more than a normal audit on these two areas. Management override, to simplify, is nothing but areas where there is a judgment involved, because management is actually at a very advantageous position to basically override certain control. Right now, the maximum amount that can be used by a person for check signing is, let us say, some X amount, and you need to make a higher payment. The management only made the rule. The management can override it. They can say, okay, one special permission for this particular check, it can be signed above this amount also, right? So the management has the power to override any sort of this control, and therefore these two areas. What are the procedures required? Professional skepticism is the first thing. Now, the word is now known to you already. We spoke about what is skepticism, right? So it is a healthy doubting mind. Then there are two other procedures which are very much required. One is a journal entry testing, and then the next one is bias testing. So journal entry testing is where a normal journal, which are standard entries, we exclude, but non-standard journal entries we pick up, and we do additional testing on all of them to find out whether any of them are unusual. And in order to see whether they are unusual, what we do is basically this: we try to see filter entries. And how do we filter? If we go to a bank, there will be millions of entries, lakhs and crores. So we use IT audit techniques, we use data analytics, all these, which will help us to filter all these entries, like entries made in a holiday or weekend, entries made after office hours, during odd hours, entries made by non-accounting personnel, right? Entries which are made and reversed in the next day itself. Entries rarely. These are examples. There could be many, which you can think of and then incorporate. But generally, in a journal entry testing, we try to put all these factors and try to bring out entries, and then we will basically further investigate those entries to see whether they are normal or there is some error or fraud in that, because they are the ones who are vulnerable to fraud, right? They are the indicators. Estimation of bias. What is that? When there is a valuation, we'll see whether all the inputs for a valuation, like I told about the valuation of a land, valuation of an investment, how did they do the valuation? If it is a share price which is directly available from market, it becomes easy. But if it is an unquoted security, unlisted share, then what happens? They use a technique, and whether that technique was correct or not, whether all the discount factor they used, whether all the future projection they use, whether all of them are reasonable, correct, where there no bias in that, and all that. So you can actually, I'll share certain handouts also along with this presentation, so which will give you examples of what are all the fraud risk factors, what are examples of possible audit procedures to do those fraud risk factors, and circumstances which may indicate there is a fraud. So there are a lot of these lists available with me, which I will share apart from this presentation, which all of you, I'm sure, will find interesting to read through. Because if I take through one by one, you will get bored. Next time you hear any session going on with the name Sriram on it, you guys will run away. You will not be sitting in the session. So I want to really make it interesting. And I promise I'll finish it in another like 2-3 minutes. Because I want to tell you as a last takeaway, certain procedures to detect financial fraud, which is forensic in nature. So far, what I spoke to you is about audit procedures. Typically my topic ends there. But as a value add, I want you to know, as an auditor today, for the reasons I just spoke so far, it is not enough for an auditor to just be happy with the audit procedures and say, okay, listen, I'm not responsible to find a fraud, and I did not see anything, bad coming my way, so I did not do anything. In spite of all that, in today's understanding of the auditing system by the external world, they are going to call the auditor as not being able to find a fraud, okay, as negligent auditor. So it is good for us to incorporate a little of forensic procedure into our audit procedure as well, okay. Although as I'm saying this, it is not required by the standard, but by actually using our own sort of skepticism, it is good to include. So normally what we do, there are a lot of tools available in the forensic world where we use. One is the most famous of them is the Benford's law, okay, which is nothing but, we normally think that every number has equal probability of appearing in any database, whereas a Benford is a person ages back came and said, he challenged the probability theory, and he said, no, every number does not have equal opportunity. There are certain numbers who have which has more opportunity or more probability to come within a database, and he has given exact probability percentages, okay, for, or you cannot call it probability, right? So you can call percentages of each number, how it will appear in any particular given big large database. So this is available as a standard. You compare your own percentage in your actual database and see whether they are matching or not. And this method of matching, generally we do it using IT techniques only, and that helps to find a fraud in particular transaction. We use another thing called a relative size factor, which is nothing but if you have transaction with a particular counterparty, we take the first and the second transaction and see the ratio. Generally, if there are transactions which are normal in due course, okay, in the normal course of business, this ratio will be just 1. If I'm transacting with a company for 1 lakh, 1 lakh, 1 lakh, 1 lakh, 1 lakh, the first topmost and second topmost will be 1 lakh divided by 1 lakh, only 1. Now I'm doing 1 lakh, 1 lakh, 1 lakh, all of a sudden, I do a 10 lakhs transaction. Then when I take the RSF, what will happen? The topmost will be 10 lakhs, second will be 1 lakh. So the the ratio is 10. Now, in such cases, there has been some unusual transaction which has happened. Then, we'll look into that and see whether that unusual transaction is correct in the normal course, or is there any error, or is there any fraud. So an RSF technique is also used. If I have to have another session, 3 sessions on MS Excel, how to use that as an audit tool, we can go on. So much of audit capabilities available in MS Excel, and there are CAT tools, computer aided audit techniques, which are tools which are audit softwares which are written, and CATs and digital tools are available today, which are more like a data analytics. Now the trend of today is robotics, or what we call as the data analytics. Data analytics is nothing but there are tools like Power BI tools which are used, or Tableau, for example, is another tool where we use that to split and splice the client data into various trends and various kind of movements, and from which we are able to find any trend of a fraud which is in that. Now, in today's sophistication of business, today's way people can really do businesses with so much of let us say technology by themselves. You need all this technology as an auditor to find those frauds as well. So it is high time we all need to equip ourselves with all these tools, and all those traditional way of doing an audit will never find any fraud anymore. We need to upgrade, upscale ourselves to all these kind of technology ourselves with all these tools. Only then we will be able to do a healthy healthy audit and find any of these frauds right from the beginning when you start seeing the techniques. There is another tool we use in forensic, which is nothing but we will search for these kind of words which are existing within any narration. Obviously, if somebody is doing a fraud, he will not put a journal entry to say, okay, this is for doing this fraud, obviously. So there are certain terms through research. It has been found that if these are all there, they are trying to indicate that there is something that they are doing hanky-panky, right? Something like cover up, write-off, illegal, failed investment, nobody will find. So we try and find all this, not in the journal entries, but also in the emails of people, So when you run this across emails of people and find these kind of interesting words and phrases, we pick it up and we try and see whether there's anything wrong, which is there behind. So of course, there are a lot of real life cases we can go on discussing, but given the shortage of time, I would stop here, and I'll be happy to receive any questions or anything that anybody wants to ask me on the subject. I hope I've delivered what is interesting for the students who have come here to listen. Please go ahead and ask any questions.
Sir, good morning, sir. My name is Suraj. I'm in the 3rd year.
Hello, Suraj.
Hello, sir. Sir, my question was with regard to relevance of audit trails for MSMEs. As you know, the Ministry of Corporate Affairs has insisted on MSMEs who are corporates to start audit trails from 1st April. And considering that Tally is yet to come out with a version, how stringent should the audit trail be for MSMEs today?
See, listen, actually to talk about an audit trail is something which is not a new word of today. Audit trail is something, again, a wrong conception that people have is an audit trail is only that which is created by, let us say, IT or technology means. Okay, so when you talk about Tally as a off-the-shelf software, there are many softwares off-the-shelf available in the market, but irrespective of that, even through manual means, audit trails can be created. What is an audit trail? It is just simply an evidence of why a particular transaction has been conducted, when it has been done, okay, and whether at a future date, if anybody wants to go and audit and find out when and how it was done, is it still available, or is it overwritten, or is it basically thrown away? Simple. So even using techniques which are manual, any concern can have an audit trail. But having said that, of course, that is not a very healthy kind of control in the current circumstances. You need to have certain IT driven. So you don't have to wait for any of the shelf tools or any accounting software to come out with any such kind of features. A company can itself have its own records which talks about why, when, where, who did a particular transaction, and if those records are maintained, then they are valid and sufficient audit trails, if you ask me from a very practical point of view. Anything,
Okay.
Mr. Kamalji, you want to add something? Please, you can go ahead.
Yes, sir. I can add something. When we say audit trail, perhaps we are missing a very big point. This audit trail notification may be a supplemental notification, but in company law, we have rule number 3, sub rule number 2 of company's accounts rules, which is talking about audit trail right from 1st April 2014. But somehow this was hidden in the law. Now it became apparent in the law because of the audit report. So audit trail is nothing old. It is still there. It was still there. And as far as you rightly pointed about auditing standards always talked about audit trail. Only gap
Correct.
was that people were not that much vigilant or that much, I could say, careful about this audit trail. They were taking it ki chalta hai. So now that chalta hai attitude or a casual culture will go away. It will come in your discipline.
Exactly. And also now it is getting focused more because it is coming and spoken in the context of an SME. Because the large belief was only corporates used to have all this, and an SME generally will lack in all these trials. But what Mr. Kamal has also rightly said is that that is not the case. An audit trial is a trial, whether you talk about an SME or a sole proprietor or a partnership or a corporate. You need to have a trial of why a particular transaction has happened. That's it.
And Sriram sir may vouch my words. If you have a, I would not say expert knowledge, kind of petty knowledge about IT. Some candidate asks you about tele software. You go to tele folder. In tele folder, you will be having data folder. Click that data folder. You will be having several files. Try to analyze those files. You will be having the logs also. That this was the edit made, this was the alteration made, and so on. So audit trail is there, but that audit trail at present is accessible to some IT consultants or the person who's having good IT knowledge. Now,
Exactly.
what ministry wants that this IT trail should be visible to all, even a common man, even the accountant, even the auditors, even the IT persons. That is the kind of change which is happening.
Absolutely. Kamalji, I think you've brought up a very, very beautiful point. The audit nowadays is not sufficient if it is done only by the financial auditors.
True.
Now, an auditor needs to use his or her own expert in doing or completing the procedures. I need to rely on an IT auditor who will basically go and read a text of a string of code and tell me, okay, this is what is the code doing. Because most of my clients, they are preparing financial statement by just writing some SQL code or any other code, and he or she says, take, this is the financial. I'm asking them, how did you do it? He says, I did not do it. The computer program did it because of this code. This code basically is instructing the computer to go pick up some database and then put it in this format and give it to me. There was no human involvement.
True,
now, how do
true.
I know this code is doing correctly? How do I know the guy who created the code put some coding into that which says, please pass some money every time you run it, please pass some 1 crore to my bank account? It is written in coding language. I don't know. So I have to take my IT auditor to read the code and tell me, boss, it's doing the same thing that is required or anything else is there.
True, true.
Similarly, there are a lot of areas. I can tell you another simple example. I'm doing an audit of a streaming company, not to name the company, which basically is streaming the channels for all of us to see in our TVs and all that. Now, their revenue comes from the time that a particular channel is streamed for a customer. And there are millions of customers. And how do they treat the revenue? Because there is a machine which basically logs all the time that is being watched by every single customer, and it gives a report, and this is the time, and based on that billing happens. Now, how do I trust the machine? I don't know. I can audit. I'm already, by auditing human beings, I'm being saying that I'm not able to find fraud. How do I audit a machine? Probably a machine is easier to audit, but I'm saying, so I need to go bring an expert. This expert needs to basically go in and see what basically is lying as coding inside the machine, which basically summarizes the time which is watched by people, and then it is getting converting into revenue. So it nowadays most of the audits, believe me, it is beyond a financial auditor. You have to rely on a lot of experts.
Right, sir. Right, sir. True.
Any other question? Please feel free to come up with as many questions.
Sir, yes, so there's one more question for Kamal Garg, sir. There's a student who has asked a question for you. He's asked, what's your view on setting up of Indian Institute of Accounting similar to the IITs and IIMs across the country for professional enhancement as suggested by the Parliament panel? And in that case, what's the eligibility of the intake students in Indian Institute of Accounting if they set it up?
Kirtana, this question I took up when I concluded my speech.
Okay, sir.
So if I repeat the answer, I will
This
repeat in a
was
single
asked
sentence. Please be positive. Nothing is going to happen as a bad way. It is only us. We are taking it in a bad shape because it is perhaps reported in the media like that. So it's a hype kind of thing. Even if they are establishing IIAs, I believe it should not be a big challenge for chartered accountants. It will merely, I believe, increase the supply of accounting stuff. So skillful people will come into the market, but that doesn't way undermine the capabilities of chartered accountants. It is like something like so many lawyers are there in the market, so many MBAs are there in the market, but ultimately the fittest will survive. So you have to make yourself fit.
Thank you,
That's a
sir.
wonderful answer. That's a wonderful response. I would like to compliment what Kamalji just said. From a more practical aspect from my end, I have seen at least 6-7 geographies around the world today, and I can assure you the respect with which Indian chartered accountants are welcomed in those geographies is abundant, in the sense they really look up at Indian chartered accountants as a different species of intellectuals. So this is something which will stay forever because of the hard work that we do. And the small aberrations, like I remember Kamalji mentioning towards the end of his presentation when I just entered, because of just a few people, it should not be generalized that the entire profession is wrong. It is just that it's a passing cloud that we need to enhance those, the profession with additional techniques, and the new generation which comes up should come with so much of passion and skepticism that this profession will survive. But nevertheless, Indian CAs will never lose their importance in the world global economy.
True, true.
Thank you, sir, for sharing this with us, for the various international standards in auditing, and for the fraud trends, and for all the different statistics that you shared with us. It was all very fascinating. So, thank you, sir.
Thank you. I would like to thank all the participants and the program organizers and CA Rajesh Shivraj to primarily who contacted me. I was just on a flight from Kuwait to Dubai, and that is where I was chatting with him through the lounge and all that, sending him my photo and sending my credentials, topic, and all that. And I really enjoyed interacting with CA Rajesh. Same way, it was a pleasant surprise for me to see Kamalji here. I know him from earlier certain interactions, and it's good to directly, sit in a seminar along with him and then, speak. And being a vice chairman here also in the CA chapter in Kuwait, I'm sure, we'll try and make a lot of these kind of programs which will be of mutual interest to the students. And I would also possibly draw from Kamalji and our Rajeshji for any future interactions where we'll need resource persons to do similar sessions here. Again, my privilege. Thank you everybody for your time in a patient listening to what I was presenting. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Sriram sir, it's a great pleasure to have you here, and any future many programs we'll plan together, sir. Kamalji sir, we all three
Yes, sir.
will
Always available for you.
So, this will come to an end of our International Hybrid Seminar on Auditing, Gear to Economic Revival. Your desire to change must be greater than your desire to stay the same. So, I call upon Kirtana, Chairperson of our department, Women, to present the vote of thanks.
Here. Gratitude is the healthiest of all emotions. The more you express gratitude for what you have, the more likely you will have much to express gratitude for. It is my privilege to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks on this International Hybrid Seminar on Auditing Geared to Economic Revival. On behalf of the Department of Commerce with Professional Accounting, I express my gratitude to the Honorable Managing Trustee, Sri L. Gopalakrishnan, Charge of Student Affairs, Dr. M. Umarani, for permitting us to organizing the event. I am deeply grateful to our renowned guest speaker, CAS Rajesh, Regional Council Member SIRC, our notable alumnus, CA Sarvajit S. Krishnan, partner at NC Rajan and Co., Management Committee Member, Coimbatore Branch of ICAI. The dignified personality, CA Kamal Garg, Insolvency Professional, IBBI, ICA, Kuwait chapter, partner and head of IFRS at RSM Kuwait, for sharing your valuable insight with us, sir. I express my gratefulness to our charismatic head of my heartfelt thanks to the program coordinators, Dr. G.
Kirtana, I think there is some technical glitches, ma. Kirtana, கொஞ்சம் தள்ளி உட்காந்துக்குங்கம்மா. There is some technical glitches. Not able to hear the voice properly.
If required, she can
Yes, ma'am, I think
even
I can.
speak with the video off. Yeah, you can speak with the video off. It can save a little bit of your bandwidth.
Sure, sir. So I express my gratefulness.
Anna Ritu, others make your mic muted now. Other students make it muted.
Ma'am, I can continue, ma'am. I express my gratefulness to our charismatic head of the department, Dr. B. Chitra, who motivates and guides us in all our endeavors. My heartfelt thanks to the program coordinators, Dr. G. Sugnavalli, Dr. K. Lata, and organizing committee members, Dr. P. Govindraj, Dr. H. T. Sadanandan, Dr. Jelsi Joseph, and Dr. P. Arun Prakash, who made it possible for us to host this international hybrid seminar. From the bottom of my heart, I thank the cordial office bearers, Chairperson Men Mr. M. Gokul, Secretary Men Mr. M. Rohit, Secretary Women Ms. B. Sumita, Joint Secretary Men Mr. M. Gautam, Joint Secretary Women Ms. S. Ritika, who's relentlessly worked for the event. My sincere thanks to the students coordinators Sharan and Mitra of First BCom PA for offering technical support for this event. My deep gratitude to all the national and international students, faculty members and professionals for attending the seminar and contributing to the event success. Once again, I thank everyone for making this event a memorable one. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Rajesh sir, Sriram sir, Kamal sir, for making this particular program a grand success. So I request you all to turn on the camera, student organizers and faculty organizers, so that we can have a group screenshot with our resource persons. Now, have you all taken the screenshot, ma? Student coordinators?
One minute.
Yes, please.
The screenshot's done, ma'am.
Yes, Kana, thank you. We're honored